flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is June 1st. It is 2:33. We're right on time. And I'm here to speak with everybody about all the issues that are going on around the world. I hope this will be a great conversation. We've been doing this for 8 years in a row now, and it's been growing, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Whether you spend 5 minutes or 5 hours with us, we appreciate the time that you give to us in this international conversation about the issues that affect us all. Now, if you are new to the channel, we welcome you. We thank you for being here with us. We do long-form political commentary, and we, every Sunday, reach out across the world to hear your voices in our chat, in Rumble Rants, in SuperChats, on Twitter, and all the other social media that we can afford to be on. And we look forward to speaking with you because this is interactive. This is a conversation with you. It is not a one-way conversation. It's a interactive discussion about the issues, which means that if you agree or you disagree, it's perfectly fine. Let's talk about the issues because the mainstream news media will not do this. They want you to obey. They want you to hold your head down and be silent, and we disagree because we believe in the First Amendment, and that means you have a right to speak about the issues that affect you. And I don't care what country you're in, it applies to everyone equally. So even if your government doesn't like it, even if the social media giants don't like it, we will have that conversation every week on this channel. I've been doing this for 20 years, political commentary. I've been doing this show 8 years now. And we hope that you will be here with us as we continue to do so. So with that intro done, I always like to mention that I do want to welcome everybody, and we look forward to hearing your comments. Again, we're on Rumble, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on X, a few others as well. We want to hear your voices, whether you agree or disagree. As we go into the summer, politics tends to slow down a little bit. People go on vacation, and the news media tends to not talk about things as much. They try to distract you. Go to the latest movie, go to the latest TV show, go out with your kids and take your vacation, make money. That's really what they want. All the gears in our society tend to gear towards, well, it's summer, go and spend money. Go somewhere, vacation, take your family with you, spend a lot of money. But That doesn't change the fact that the wheels of politics and government continue to move along, even as most people are trying to distract themselves over the summer months. And that's true right now. So a lot of the week has been somewhat tame to what we've become useful under the 47th President Donald Trump, his second term in office. The first, 100 days have been a whirlwind of constant action, constantly seeing new executive orders, new policies, new interactions with governments around the world. And now we're starting to see a pace which is more akin to what we normally see from most presidents, whether in their first or second term. But that doesn't mean the impact is less because things have slowed down. We're seeing that Democrats, while they still are searching for a message, they don't have one, other than Orange Man Bad. That's the only message they have to present as a counter to what the Trump administration is presenting to the world. Their only answer from the mainstream news media is Orange Man Bad, MAGA is evil, Republicans are horrible, and that's it. They don't have a solution for anything. Their answer is, well, we just need to maintain the status quo. Keep doing what we have always done. Keep Democrats in power. That has been their main message since Donald Trump has come back into office. In fact, since they lost the 2024 election, that has been the message to the public. It hasn't been working. And thus we see that right now, Democrats are launching in the middle of a campaign, spending $20 million, all of it donated from people who are involved or pay attention to some politics, people with political agendas. They've given them $20 million to figure out how to talk to men. Specifically, they're trying to target white men who used to be Democrats, but men in general, which I find to be one of the funniest things out there. You talk to men like you would talk to anyone else. Talk to a human being. Treat them with respect. Treat them as if they are intelligent and that they have agency in their lives. In America, you have choices. To talk with someone and respecting that they have the ability to make a choice, whether you agree with that choice or not. Talk with them intelligently. They're not idiots. They're not zombies. They're not mindless. Have a conversation and tell them what is it that you offer that is better than what they are receiving. And if you can do that successfully, you will win them to your side. That's what Donald Trump did in the 2024 election. Let's be honest. There's no way of denying that. He got the votes and he got the majority of Americans because he talked to them and said, here's the solution. You may not like the way I say it, but this is the solution. Here it is. And Democrats said, Orange Man Bad. Keep things the same. That's not a solution. So the American people took Donald Trump. And now Democrats are still saying, you know what, Orange Man Bad. That's not a solution. That's why Democrats are lost right now. They have no leadership. They don't know where to go. And they're spending $20 million to bring in, and their solution so far has been, there's a queer, fat, not that attractive woman who scolds men on a regular basis, and she's going to be their voice. She's the person who's going to outreach to men. I wasn't planning on talking about this, but my friend Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, he's run for governor before. I've known him for a decade now, and Larry Sharpe is a good friend of mine. I often reference him on the show. I do listen to people who have different political ideas. My friends have all kinds of political ideologies that they follow. Larry's a libertarian. And Larry was doing a show, yesterday, I think it was Saturday. And it was one of his Ask Me Anythings at AMA. And he brought up this individual. I thought it was kind of funny. Matter of fact, I'm going to bring up that image if I can. So as I speak, I'll bring it up for you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. Who this individual, Juliana, which I think was she's just horrible. And the thing is that the Democrats seem to think that men will listen to someone who isn't appealing visually, who isn't intriguing intellectually, who's going to tell them to obey. That is a horrible idea. That doesn't work. Men don't react to that.
Instant relief.
And give me a second here. Men don't react to that. This is why Democrats are losing. They have no idea who they're talking to because they're not used to having conversations. They don't have conversations with individuals. And as I said, let me put this up and I'll get to, hey, Forrest Mommy, it's good to see you there. I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second. Kind of brought myself onto a tangent here, and this is Larry in his conversation. And the woman that you see here on the screen, that's Olivia Juliana. She's not a model. She's not an attractive woman, in terms of what you would expect from a model, an actor, actress, just even most politicians. That's not instantly going to draw the male attention. She's not talking about things that men care about. She's talking about issues, LGB, the alphabet issues. She's talking about feminism and intersectionality. These are not issues that men care about. This is a failed ideology. And quite simply, we know this is failed because this is what Democrats ran on in 2024 under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And it failed. It did not work. It failed in basically every single demographic, especially men of whatever color. And they're spending $20 million on this. It just goes to show you, Democrats, it's not that they have no message. They don't. The thing is that they have no idea how to speak to people because they don't. What they have been doing since about 2008, Democrats have been telling people what to think. They have been telling people how to feel. And that's the whole woke movement is you have to have their feeling. Your feeling doesn't matter. You have to adopt their ideology. Your ideology doesn't matter. You're merely a checkbox, and they're the ones who arrange the ranking of those check boxes. And with that mentality, it's not a surprise that they have had massive losses across the board on most of the traditional groups that they tend to draw. And they're not getting them back. It's a waste of money. But I brought that up. Forrest Mommy says, that girl is a land whale. And I will say it, I'm mean. Well, it may be mean, but it's true. She's overweight. She's fat. There's no two ways about that. And I know body positivity and all that. It's unhealthy. It's an unhealthy. Some women are big. Some men are big. That's not necessarily unhealthy. We used to call it sloppy fat. It's just a reality. And she is a public figure. And I know some people go, but Mike, you can't say that. She's a public figure. She is out there to attract men to draw their interest. That's her goal. And so in speaking about the ways he's trying to attract an audience, which traditionally men are attracted to women who are assertive to a certain extent, women who are physically fit to a certain extent, women who actually enjoy the company of men. These are things that draw men to women and their conversations. That's not Olivia Juliana. She isn't hitting any of the buttons that normally draws a man's attention. And so if she can't draw their attention, she can't convince them. Again, she doesn't have an argument to convince them other than obey. So it fails. And my friend Larry Sharp, as I showed you, he went through it for about 2 hours talking about this. And I was in the chat, and you would be amazed the conversation people were having because everyone, I was talking with a large group of those on the left and libertarians. That's a large part of Larry's audience. And everyone was agreeing. This was a failed attempt, that Democrats just don't get it. And that's what we're seeing through this summer. The summer is, we have on one side, Democrats are trying to push their agenda without having any idea how to actually connect to people, without telling them, without making demands on them, without telling them to obey. And at the same time, we have on the other side, Donald Trump, who said, okay, this is what I promised you, and this is what I am doing. We have greater transparency than any president since perhaps Reagan, maybe Bush, the first Bush. Yeah, I'm old enough to remember, to go back that far. We have more transparency today than under Obama, under Biden, and perhaps even the first Trump administration. We have more transparency today than we've had in decades. So I find it interesting. I wasn't meaning to kind of go off on Olivia Giuliani. It just, this is all unscripted, so I kind of just went off on that. But I think it's interesting that the heroes, the most masculine figure in the Democratic Party today is Gavin Newsom, who is sleazy and deceptive and a failure as a governor. His state is losing people. They're in massive debt, and it's only increasing. They break the law with sanctuary cities on a regular basis. It's a failed, and they're talking about God help us, California wants to secede. They want to leave the United States. Please do. It would lower the national debt for the United States. Please do leave. I don't mind. But his state is a failure. So that's Gavin Newsom. He's the big hero. Bernie Sanders, who's in his 80s, is old, and not just old in age, but old in his visage, in the way he presents himself. J.B. Pritzker, who is basically the equivalent of Chris Christie for Republicans. He's a loud voice, overweight, unattractive. He may be rich, but that's it. And David Hogg, who is effeminate, weak, and obviously a scammer, somebody who is using his position to enrich himself in terms of power and money. These are the Democrats. I mean, Harry Sisson, are you kidding me? Chalamet, the actor, are you kidding me? That's their images of masculinity. Pedro Pascal, that's the image of masculinity. This is what's supposed to draw in men from other parties. Are you serious? This is who's supposed to be your role model, Pedro Pascal? I think not. I mean, seriously. But I say all that, and I'm kind of off. I ran myself into a tangent here. But it was just on my mind that Larry had been talking about. This is what's going on in America right now. These are the conversations we're going into the summer with. That we're going to be talking about silly things that aren't that serious, that have no real impact. Democrats are desperately looking for someone to lead, and they have no one. And they are continuing to bleed their supporters because they have no message. Meanwhile, the message that continues to come out is, from the mainstream news media, is Orange Man bad. But is he really? He's more transparent. He's living up to the promises that we were given. He's not perfect. No, Donald Trump is not perfect. The Trump administration is not perfect. They have had failures. They have had issues. They, in a couple of cases, have overreached the bounds that they have, but overall been very successful. And the summer is all about, oh, no, but he's absolutely evil. Everything is wrong. Everything's falling apart, even though the average American isn't feeling that. I just find that interesting. So going into the summer, and again, if you disagree, if you think that Timothy Chalamet is the manliest man that has ever existed. Please do explain that to me, because I don't get it. I don't get it. If you think Olivia Juliana is the pinnacle of female beauty, please explain it to me, because I don't get it. You can have that opinion. I just don't share it. If you think the Democrats' messaging is working, okay, how? I don't see it. But we can have that conversation. But I'm mentioning all of that to bring us to what we are going to be talking about. And by the way, we see this not just in the United States, we see this overseas as well. I mean, Doctor Who, a science fiction program that survived over 62 years, a program that has a fan base internationally. It's beloved, the show. But in its last 2 iterations of the Doctor, the main character, if you don't follow sci-fi, the main character is called Doctor Who. And it has had several characters. The main character regenerates. This is how they introduce new characters, new lead actors for the show. Is the character regenerates into a new body, and they continue the story with different stories in that manner. And the last 2, they introduced a woman, Jodie Whittaker, became the Doctor, and the show tanked because it was at the same time that girl boss mentality was subsuming our entertainment and our politics. DEI was on the rise. This is under the Biden-Harris administration. And we saw that she was the DEI doctor, and it failed. The public abandoned the show in droves. Then they said, well, no, let's go back to a man, and the manliest man that they could get that would fit the DEI protocols of the BBC was Ncuti Gatwa, a Nigerian, not a British, Nigerian-born. He's a British national, but he's an immigrant who also is gay. Didn't work. And the storylines were all about DEI. You're a racist, you're a sexist, you have to obey the ideology, or you're the problem. He's phenomenal as long as you believe in the ideology, and if you don't believe in the ideology, you fail. This is why he only lasted 2 years, really 1 season. They shortened the season from 24 episodes, and then under Jodie Whittaker, it was down to 12 episodes for a season, and under Ncuti Gatwa, they cut it down to 8 episodes for a season because no one wanted to watch. And they had miserable ratings. Everyone left. Everyone. They had 1/10 the viewership that they had 10 years ago. So this is where the world stands right now in terms of entertainment, in terms of politics. We are trying to find our way through the darkness to the next step, to what's going to be the future. And the political decisions that are being made today, both at the colleges and in our governments around the world, is determining what's going to be the future for our kids and their grandkids. Is there going to be more freedom? Are people going to be simply categories, check boxes, or are they going to be individuals with agency in their lives? That's the battle that's happening right now. And that's happening in our politics as well as in our entertainment and in our schools. And this is why it's very important. And this week, we want to talk a little bit about the schools, about the politics that is going to be affecting us all. Now, part of that, and I was talking in part about some of this on Wednesday, because on Wednesday, I have the roundtable. I'm part of a panel discussion every Wednesday, 8 p.m., with the Liberty First Foundation, and we talk about some of these issues and whether or not they're constitutional and how they're going to affect our freedom going forward in America and how that's going to affect the rest of the world, but mostly focused on what's happening here in America. And we were talking about something that I thought was a dead idea from November 2024. In fact, it was a segment that I had covered November 18th of 2024. that the Democratic Party, having lost because they lied to us about Joe Biden, because Kamala Harris had no platform, because they had nothing to offer the American people, they had already moved into how they could disrupt the Trump administration, how they could disrupt government and impede and hurt the American people, which would then hurt the rest of the world by trying to prevent anything from happening, from stopping any changes they didn't like. And they brought back an idea this week that most people may not have noticed. It's the idea of a shadow government. And this is something that I think is kind of important because they said this in November. It was North Carolina Representative Wiley Nickel who presented the idea that the Democrats would create an entire second government. All the leadership positions, all the cabinet offices, they would have a Democrat to represent all of those positions. And they would present it to you. And so every time that the Trump administration, the government of the United States, would make a decision, there would be a Democrat that would say, see, that's Orange Man bad. That's a bad idea. Not that they have a better idea, not that they have a better solution, just that that's horrible, that's bad, Orange Man bad, you should reject that. That's almost insurrectionist. It is a great way to create a civil war. And I was talking a little bit about it, and this is a short clip of that conversation that I had on Wednesday, and I want to play this for you. I'll play it real quick. It's only like a minute long. This is actually old news. This is from November 18th, 2024. I did a whole segment on this, and this segment is simply on the idea that Democrats are going to have a shadow government. And it's not going to let me show the title, but okay, fine. So this is that there's going to be a shadow government. Democrats want to have a shadow. So there's President Trump. The United States has a Secretary of State. The Democrats want their Secretary of State. Won't be official, but they'll have someone there. The United States has Tulsi Gabbard. Marco Rubio, he's the United States Secretary of State. Well, the Democrats would have their own. Tulsi Gabbard, they'd have their own. Every position, the Democrats want to have their own. And this is how scary this is. This is terrifying. Because in November, I said, that's insurrectionist. That's how you split the country. That's how you have a civil war. I said that in November. This is actually old. So I still stand by that. That's what we are facing this summer of 2025. Democrats are trying to find a way to undermine the government. And they aren't thinking about the consequences, what this will mean, not only for the United States, but the rest of the world. By undermining the government, the executive branch, by trying to create two separate, and the Democrats hope equal governments operating at the same time, every international trade, every international interaction, and everything happening domestically in the United States would be affected. And the credibility and the power of the existing government would be reduced. Because obviously, if they succeed in pushing this message out, well, the next time another president comes in, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, either party is going to continue this shadow government. And so there would always be a question about how much power does the executive branch have? And what if you like the other idea more than you like the government's idea, the official idea? And now everything is being second guessed. No government could be sure of any deal being made with the United States internationally. International trade would be a discussion. Well, the Democrats just came out and said they'll give us a better deal. So you, the United States, that put a deal on the table, whether it's a tariff or anything else, whether it's green energy, whether it's oil and gas, whether it's technology, doesn't matter. Democrats just came out and said they do an entirely different deal because they're out of power and they want to win the next election. This case would be the midterm elections. So they're willing to give us an entirely better deal. We'll just wait for that. Well, that will hurt American businesses. That will hurt the American economy. And that hurts the world economy. But many nations will say, well, the next election's only a year, year and a half away. We'll wait it out. Yeah, it'll be bad for our economy, but if we wait and the Democrats give us the better deal, it'll be worth it. Whether or not that actually happens is immaterial. And in the meantime, the American public suffers and the world suffers because you have a group that is just trying to find a way to get power, and they will undercut and undermine the existing government. This is how you create a civil war. Not a lot of people are talking about this. They weren't speaking about it on November 18th when the Democrats first put the idea out to see if it would float, to see what the public reaction was. And the public reaction was the public, regardless of party and political affiliation, rejected the idea because it was insurrectionist. It was treasonous. And the impact would be negative for every country in the world. There was no country in the world that said this was a good idea for Democrats to have a shadow government, a second government within America. No one in the world found this to be a good idea. So Democrats let it die, let it go. And now, because Democrats have no leadership, because they have nothing to focus on, all they have been trying to do is say orange man bad, and they've been trying to make the Trump administration look bad. That's all they have been spending their energy on, not with any solutions, not with any counter offers. And because of that, now their answer is, well, we've got to do something to win the next election. Let's create a shadow government. Let's pretend that they have power that they don't have, to convince people to say, well, we should vote for Democrats. Why? Well, obviously, orange man bad. And listen, the Democrats are promising everything in the sky if we give them power again. Mind you, the last time they had power, we had Bidenomics. No one liked that. The last time Democrats had power, we had the rout in Afghanistan. America ran away with its tail between its legs. The last time that Democrats had power, Putin decided it was the perfect time to try and take over the Ukraine. Hamas decided that they would go into Israel, kill 1,200 people, kill 34 Americans, take 22 Americans among 256 other people from around the world, take them hostage and torture them, ultimately killing 17 of those individuals. And the Biden administration failed to get those people home, allowed those people to die, did not offer a single opportunity of ceasefire, not for Hamas, not over in the Ukraine. The world became more dangerous. The world economy fell off of a cliff. We ran into a recession in August of 2022 that continues to exist to this day. Now we're blaming a recession. Oh, well, that's Trump. Trump started no, the recession started in August of 2022. We told you in February of 2021 that we were going to go into a recession, that all of the policies were leading us to that Bidenomics would fail, and it did. And then in August 2022, when we technically did fall into the recession officially, the Biden administration changed the definition of what a recession is so that they could win the midterm elections, so that they could get victory, and they didn't have to admit they failed. And the news media went along with that and just ignored it. Just like they ignored that Joe Biden was a part-time zombie president that we now know the news media knew, just didn't tell you. Why? Because they were more concerned about winning the next election than they were about the truth or the consequences of that truth. So, yeah, I found this to be important. And it's news that I think we should have been talking about. And more in the news media should be talking with you about this. But they haven't. They don't care. They have a political agenda on their mind. And it doesn't matter if it breaks America apart and causes a civil war, because they'll win at least part of that. That's what it seems that the Democrats are looking for, that they will retain power in the areas that they control. So even if there's a war, they'll have some power somewhere. And they hope that, I don't know, that the Republicans would say, oh, Republicans and people who are unaffiliated in politics, that they'll either just obey Democrats or that they would submit rather than resist, because no one wants a war. That's their thinking, I imagine, because I don't see how else they would have a reason to do this. It doesn't make sense to me because it's such a dumb idea. Now, again, you may disagree, but I don't see how creating a shadow government to undermine the existing government, I can't see how that's a positive thing. I don't see how that helps America in any way, shape, or form. And that's why we have never had a shadow government. I know some people will say, but Mike, the United Kingdom, closest allies of the United States, our policies and our language, our culture, we're very similar. And in the United Kingdom, they have a shadow government. Well, yes, they also have a parliament and they have a king. So they're not quite that similar to the United States. And there's a reason why we do things very differently than the United Kingdom. And there's a reason why the Empire of England ended in the 1800s and the United States is the superpower of the world and has been for over 100 years. There's a reason for that. So, no, we don't have to be like England and have a shadow government. And look at how England has been falling apart, how they're becoming more and more divided with these shadow governments, with this emphasis on DEI, on this divergence from what the people want and what the nobles want. And that's the thing. England is a class society. They have nobles, they have royalty, they have parliament, they have differences in their people that are not recognized here in the United States. Anyone can become president of the United States. Obama became president. He had no real credentials. And yet, you couldn't do that. No one's going to become king unless you're in the royal family. You're not going to become king. That just doesn't happen. That's the reality of it. And so, there's a big difference. So to say that they have a shadow government, it works for them, and things are falling apart in their nation, that the United States should copy that, makes no sense to me. That argument goes nowhere. Why would we want to copy a failure, a policy that isn't working, that isn't in favor of the people in a country that is defined by the will of the public? I don't understand. Hey, Mike Bowie's with us. And Mike Bowie says, wasn't the auto pen a form of shadow government? That's a good question, Mike. Not quite, no. Let's be fair. Auto pens, the automatic signature of a president's name on a bill, making it law, or an executive order, is not new. Many, many presidents have been using an automatic signature device or having other individuals sign for them. If you go back far enough in history, it's, I believe, under not Johnson, even our earliest presidents had some of their staff, it's believed now, in comparing some of the oldest signatures of presidents, they don't match up. It seems that some of their staff would sign some bills, some legislation for the president because the president was doing whatever he was doing. And the auto pen is the latest version of that. The thing about the auto pen that is questionable, and this is two parts to that, is one, was Joe Biden aware? Was he mentally capable to understand what was being signed with his name? If he was not capable of understanding where his signature was going, is it valid? That's a big question. And we do know, now having been confirmed even by the left-leaning news media, it has been confirmed by many, many leaks, and even Jake Tapper now is trying to flip and suddenly say, oh my God, I had no idea, even though he was defending Biden the whole time, even though he was in the White House on a regular basis, he suddenly goes, oh my God, who could have known? Everyone knew. We talked about on this channel for years that Joe Biden wasn't mentally there. We don't know who was in charge. Now allegations are coming out that it could have been Joe Biden, but we have no idea who was actually in charge. So did Joe Biden comprehend everything that his name got put on? If not, is it valid? And to use common law, very often, if you are a disabled individual, if you have a mental deficiency, whether because of age or Alzheimer's, senility, if you're born mentally defect, you have protections in the law. Your signature isn't always valid because you may not comprehend the consequences of what you are signing. And so contracts that take advantage of people who are mentally impaired, they're not valid because of that impairment, because someone's taking advantage of them. The same thing would apply for a president. If the president, Joe Biden, was mentally impaired, as we now know he was at least part of the time, then wouldn't those documents be void like in any other case of mental impairment? That's a very good question. And if people were doing this on purpose, if there were people who were pushing documents in front of him, knowing that he was mentally impaired, could not understand the consequences of the document he was signing, well, yeah, that would be a form of shadow government. That would be corruption. That would be evil. And we've seen Democrats have done that before. Dianne Feinstein is a great example of that. The last week of her life, Democrats were visibly on video seen wheeling her into meeting after meeting, telling her literally as the microphone was on, telling her, her aide would be right next to her, telling her, no, you're going to say yes on this vote. You're going to change your vote to no on this vote. You're going to say this or that. There's literal video of the last week of the life of former Senator Dianne Feinstein, where she is being used as a puppet to push forward the Democrat agenda. That's criminal and evil, in my opinion. Others may disagree, but I consider that to be vile and evil. And it was obvious that she was being used as a puppet. Joe Biden, it's turning out, was exactly the same thing. He was being puppeted around and used merely to push a political agenda for Democrats. Is that a shadow government? Well, it's definitely corruption. I don't know if it's a shadow government. We would need more investigation. How deep did that corruption go? Was it just Joe Biden? Was it the Secretary of State under Joe Biden? Did Kamala Harris know about it? Did the Democratic Party coordinate this to take advantage of it? These are questions we should have answers to. The other question being, if it is proven that Joe Biden wasn't mentally capable to sign all of the documents and they're void, how do we do that? How do you go back retroactively in time? How do you correct what's already happened and we've already lived through or are living through those consequences? Those are big questions there. The second thing about that Mike Bowie that you mentioned that comes from this about the auto pen is it a shadow government? It is alleged that in some cases, Joe Biden wasn't even in the United States when his signature was put onto several bills and legislation. And isn't that corruption? Again, I can see corruption using the auto pen. I don't see a shadow government. I see it as corruption. Individuals taking advantage of the mental impairment of Joe Biden for their political benefit or the benefit of others. I think that's more corruption. And again, we don't have confirmation of this, but it is alleged that Joe Biden was overseas in some cases when his name was put onto certain bills and they were moved forward. That's just as bad, and perhaps maybe it's worse or just as bad as Joe Biden not comprehending what is being signed. And again, what do we do about that? If we find out that that is true, if we can actually confirm the time and date of when the signature was applied and geolocate where was Joe Biden at that moment. Okay, if he wasn't even in the country, that it was physically impossible for him to do the signature, and therefore that bill, that legislation should be void, how do we deal with the consequences? The consequences have already happened. How do we deal with that? Even if we void it, what does that mean going forward? And because this is potentially devastating, legally devastating, contractually devastating for the United States and the world, then how do we deal with those consequences? The media doesn't even want to address this. They want this dead. They want the issue gone. That's why no one wants to pay for Joe Biden. No one wants to pay for his speaking fees. He's a former president, and nobody wants him to show up at their college. Nobody wants to pay money to have a former president, Joe Biden, show up and speak to them. The Democrats just want him gone. They want America to forget anything that ever happened under the Biden administration. They just want you to remember, Joe Biden was great. Don't talk about it. Joe Biden was great. He is better than Trump. Don't talk about it anymore. Let's move on to the next thing. It doesn't matter if Jill was in charge. It doesn't matter who was in charge. It doesn't matter if he was mentally impaired. Let's move on. Which sounds like a cover-up. But again, what do we do if it is a cover-up? What do we do? How do we handle the consequences if we are correct in saying that it was a cover-up or an abuse of someone who is mentally impaired? That's a very difficult question, and it has a massive impact. I mean, that means every single bill, every dollar that was allocated through the executive branch, whether it's for the Ukraine war, whether it's in dealing with Hamas, it's dealing with the domestic economy. How do you deal with that? I don't even know where to begin. So that is an intense question. I thank you, Michael, for bringing that up. Mike Bowie also goes on to say, Jake Tapper is just trying to sell books. He knew all along. I agree. And many people, even on the left, have been highlighting. I think Jon Stewart was one of the bigger figures, and I think John Mayer, Bill Mayer, blah, I'm mixing up names now. So we had Jon Stewart and Bill Mayer both highlighted that Jake Tapper, he's 180% flip, that he had the access consistently with Joe Biden. He had the ability to speak with White House personnel on a regular basis. That's part of his job. He was aware of mental deficiencies, both directly and indirectly through his correspondence with members of the White House and members of the Democratic Party in Congress, in the Senate. He knew. And now he's telling us, and he denied for 4 years, right up until the world was undeniably proven that Joe Biden was not mentally coherent during his debate with Donald Trump. Up until that moment, Jake Tapper was obstinate about his defense of Joe Biden being mentally sharp as a tack, just like Elizabeth Warren and many others. Absolutely stood fast on that idea. And now he's trying to get your money and my money, telling us, oh, no one could have known. This is a shock to everyone. Everyone is surprised. The only people who believe that are the people who vote blue no matter who. That's the only people. They're the only people who will buy the book from Jake Tapper and be amazed and shocked and go, oh my God, who could have known? This is earth-shattering news. No, everyone in the world knew this. We knew this in the earliest days when there was the G7 and G20 meetings, when Joe Biden was falling asleep in the meetings and Emmanuel Macron was shouting in Joe Biden's face. We have videos of that when Joe Biden was getting lost in the breaks in the meetings in 2021 with the G7 and the G20 meetings, world leaders, and Joe Biden's just wandering off, talking to reporters, has no idea where he is or what he's speaking about before Joe Biden grabs him and takes him away. These things happened. We talked about it on this program when it did happen. There's video and photos of this. But we are the bad guys because we told you the truth. We didn't follow the approved message that said, no, Joe Biden is just a genius. You just don't understand. Same thing the Democrats always say. Same thing the leftists, the progressives, they always say, you just don't understand. And then give it 6 months and all of a sudden the reality comes out that, oh yeah, by the way, we did understand. And we had it right the first time. Every time. Happens all the time. But let me move forward. So, and thank you for your question, Mike. And by the way, folks, you can ask questions as well. I probably react a little bit faster if I know you, or more importantly, if you have a super chat or a Rumble rant, please do. Please like, share, and subscribe. Not because you think I'm the best person in the world, although I think I am. Not because you think I'm the most handsome man that you've ever seen, although I probably am. But because you want to support free speech. Even if you don't like what I'm saying, even if you don't agree with me, the ability for you and I to have a conversation, to talk about these things, for you to say, Mike, I don't agree with you. I think you've misunderstood. Okay, fine. To even be able to have that conversation, to prove me wrong, or to agree with me, is our right of free speech, and that is being suppressed by Google and YouTube right now. Right now, Google wants me to talk about the approved message coming from MSNBC, CNN. Doesn't matter whether they're right or wrong. They want me to say that Joe Biden is mentally sharp. That's the approved message that Google and YouTube are trying to tell me to tell you. To push the Democrat agenda and say, Orange Man is bad and you should vote Democrat in the midterm elections. That's what they want me to say. That is what I keep getting from YouTube. That if I go right now into YouTube and look at their suggestions on what I should be talking about, it's Orange Man is bad, vote Democrat. That's the messaging. They want me to, literally, they have sent me messages that say, you should be talking about what Occupy Democrats have said. You should be pushing the message from Occupy Democrats. Why would I do that? I'm a Republican, a conservative Republican. For 20 years, I've been talking to you about the ideology I have and understanding the politics from my point of view. Whether you agree with it or not, that's up to you. But to understand my reasoning and my understanding of the politics from an entirely different view that you will not hear on CNN or NBC or ABC or from the New York Times, that in depth, not in 30 seconds, but actually enough so that you can understand the reasoning and the conclusions I come to. You may or may not agree with them. That's up to you. I trust you as an adult, as an intelligent person with agency to come to your own decision. News media doesn't want that. Google, YouTube, they don't want that. They want you to just, this is the approved message, shut up, obey. And because of that, because I'm being defiant, they want to suppress us. And that's why I ask you, like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for. Like, share, subscribe. If you can. And if you can join our Patreon. It's $1.50 a month just to keep the lights on. $1.50. That's it. To help me keep the lights on, to help pay for my housing. That's it. If you want, you can go to Patreon. You can always donate more if you want, but that's it. And if you say, well, Mike, I want something for that, well, there are links in the description that you can go to our Teespring store or our store on, we have another clothing line that we have, and you can buy those clothes. And, you'll get something, a neat design, and we'll be able to get a little bit of profit from that. Okay, let me move on. Yes, I have to hype that because, if I don't, it's not like Google's going to do it for me. It's not like YouTube's going to do it for me. It's expensive to do this, but let me move on. So let's go back to our normal format where we talk about what's the foreign policy that's affecting you and me and the world, and then we'll go into domestic policy of the United States. And there wasn't a lot of foreign policy. Right now, England is really wrapped up on Doctor Who. That's the big news for England right now. Doctor Who is coming to an end. The BBC killed Doctor Who. That's big news in England right now. And there isn't really an American equivalent. There's nothing that is that meaningful in our society. We don't have that same kind of equivalent. But that's what's occupying England at the moment. But there is other news that's very important right now, internationally. And in particular, this is a follow-up to what happened with India and Pakistan. Because remember, when India and Pakistan were getting ready to kill each other, because they hate each other, and they have always hated each other. India and Pakistan, since the moment they got their freedom from the British government, they almost immediately, almost instantly broke into two countries. Because India was one country that included Pakistan, and the moment they got their freedom, they broke into two nations, Pakistan and India. India is Hindu, Pakistan is Muslim, predominantly. And that is one of the major sources of their disagreements, their religious faiths, and from that, their policies that conflict with each other. So, as we know, they were going to kill each other last month. And it was due to the Trump administration, Donald Trump, the United States, predominantly, the United Kingdom to a lesser extent, and Saudi Arabia to a lesser extent, coming together and saying, hey, let's make a deal. Let's work with you guys. Don't go nuclear. Don't continue this conflict. Don't let it escalate any more than it had, which cost over 76 people's lives. And it was gearing up, getting closer and closer to not just conventional war, but nuclear war. Because Pakistan and India are both nuclear countries, and they hate each other. And I know since then, we've heard many countries downplay the impact of the United States, of Donald Trump, after the fact. Why? Orange man bad. They don't like him. And my answer is, I don't care if you like him. Is he effective? He effectively got the negotiations to create more peace in the world. In fact, there's several British, essentially members of parliament, the equivalent of the United States members of Congress, that have suggested Donald Trump deserves a Nobel Peace Prize for the negotiations between India and Pakistan that de-escalated that conflict. But as a carry-on from that event, we see that Saudi Arabia has aligned itself very strongly behind the United States, and in particular, the Trump administration. That's why Trump went through the Middle East and got several business deals and several agreements from the Middle East. In particular, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, or the UAE, and Qatar. This is important because those nations help to maintain the stability, as much as you can expect, from the Middle East. And that puts pressure on Iran because the major militaries and economies of the Middle East are those three nations: Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and the Saudi Arabia. And by aligning all of them with America that increases America's ability to negotiate with Iran and to prevent Iran from becoming a nuclear power, because no one trusts that. No one in the world trusts that. No one wants Iran to have nuclear weapons. And so if their neighbors who don't like Iran as is are lined up with Donald Trump, that makes it much easier for Donald Trump to negotiate with Iran, say, don't make a nuclear weapon, and you'll have trade. You can do business with the world. You just can't have a nuclear weapon. And stop killing women. Stop stoning them to death. Stop poisoning schoolgirls because they're learning how to read. Stop being fanatical. Stop supporting terrorism. And that has been great. And that's because Donald Trump is making the deals internationally that the Biden administration couldn't and wouldn't. And no one took Joe Biden serious. And as a result of that, as much as we are being told, Orange Man bad, as much as we are being told that the last 130 plus days have been absolutely miserable for the world, Donald Trump has successfully gotten at least one piece in the world, stabilizing the globe, and has reduced the amount of conflict in the world. The Houthis in the Red Sea are basically standing down. That means food and trade are going through the Red Sea again, unimpeded, and that means people will not starve as much as they have been for the last year and a half under the Biden administration. That's a positive. News media doesn't want to talk to you about that. And now the negotiations are undergoing between the United States and Iran, something that wasn't happening under the Biden administration. And we're not buying this. They're just doing it because it's in the best interest of Iran. And they know they're not going to get more sanctions relief without having a deal, unlike with the Biden administration, who gave them sanctions relief just because. And now we have Saudi Arabia going to Iran itself and saying the smartest thing you can do is to work with Donald Trump. The smartest thing you can do is to work with the United States and reach a deal, a real solid deal that says no nuclear weapons and limits on the missiles that can be created by Iran, which is truly the danger. The danger isn't whether or not Iran gets nuclear material. That's not the big problem. The problem is a delivery system, how to make a bomb. The biggest problem with nuclear weapons is the missile that drops the bomb wherever you're firing at, not the nuclear material itself. You can have all the nuclear weapon, all the nuclear material you need, and if you have it in one building or in one nation, it doesn't go anywhere, then it's not like a hand grenade. You can't throw it at people. You need a missile. You need a delivery system, whether it's an ICBM or whether it's a drone. You need something to deliver that to the enemy so that you don't kill yourself with it. Although some of the fanatics in the Middle East probably wouldn't care if they died as well. But separate issue. So what we really need is a deal, not so much about the nuclear weapons, although that's good, but a deal that says you can't make drones and missiles to carry nuclear weapons. That's the real thing that we need to talk about that the Obama administration didn't care about, that the Biden administration didn't care about. And that's what's endangered the world. Because Iran has made better missiles, better drones, and that is a danger. Because then, if you add a nuclear material to it, now you've got a bomb that could reach Europe, that can reach the United Kingdom, that could reach Korea, South Korea, or the Philippines, or the United States. That's the problem. That's the thing that we need to be concerned about. And so Saudi Arabia is taking the time and saying, hey, we made a deal with the Trump administration because he's strong, he's focused. You may not like him, but he makes deals and he sticks to them. When he gives you your word, he sticks to the deal. This will be better for your nation because America's strong now. Biden's not in the picture. Democrats aren't in the picture. The intersectionality is not in the picture. This guy's going to do what he says. And if he says that he's going to bomb you, he'll bomb you. If he says he's going to put a tariff on you, he will put a tariff on you. And if he says that he's going to make a deal and you're going to be economically better off, you will be. So make the deal. Better for Iran, better for the Middle East. Do it. By the way, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar all agree, and we're on the side of Trump, not Iran. So you get on the bandwagon. This is good for the world. The mainstream news media isn't having this conversation with you. The mainstream news media doesn't want you to understand the consequences that are positive that are happening right now, that the world is becoming more stable and more peaceful, whether or not you like Orange Man bad, because that is not a requirement. It is not required that anyone in the world likes Donald Trump. They respect him, they fear him, they know that he makes deals and he sticks to them. He makes a promise and he makes that promise come true more often than not. So that is the important part. And that is creating more stability in the world. And more nations are jumping in and aligning with the Trump administration, therefore the United States, in making the world more stable and more peaceful. Trump is probably going to end his presidency. He will get a Nobel Peace Prize. Unlike with Obama, who got it because he had the potential to make the world more peaceful and wound up bombing American citizens without trial in Yemen. That's the Obama administration. He was known as the bomber in chief. Yeah, that wasn't worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize, yet he got it. Biden did nothing to get a Nobel Peace Prize. He created more wars everywhere across the world. Trump already did the Abraham Accords, which at the time, under his first presidency, was helping to make the world more peaceful. Almost got a deal between Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia and Israel, almost got a peace deal between those nations. And then, of course, Biden took over and Hamas went crazy and that ended that. So I think this is positive news. Again, it's Saudi Arabia speaking on behalf of the United States, telling Iran, don't make nuclear weapons. Work with the United States. Work with Donald Trump. The Middle East is moving with America, not against America. And we're not getting you're not going to get any gifts or any goodies. No sanctions are going to be lifted just because you're talking to America. They'll be because you did a deal. You have to do something. You have to earn it. Under this president, you have to earn the deal. You can't just get the reward. Now, whether or not Iran moves forward with that, I don't know. That has yet to be determined. But it seems that we are now having more pressure put on Iran to reduce the amount of terrorism in the world, to remove the threat of nuclear weapons in the world, to reduce the amount of drones and missiles in the world. And that pressure is coming from allies, nations that are allying with the U.S. only because of the Trump administration. That's a positive. We should be happy about that. That should be celebrated. This should be news. And under any other president, this would be headline news. You would be hearing about this from every news station telling you this is a good thing. You're not getting that now. Why? Orange Man bad. Because Democrats want to win the 2026 midterm elections and hopefully the 2028 presidential. That's why you're not hearing about this and why you don't realize the world is getting better. Whether or not you like Trump, the world is getting better. And that's a good thing. Even if you don't like Donald Trump, because that's not required. Mike Bowie mentions, do I remember Obama's red line in Syria? Yeah, and look at how that worked out. Obama's red line in Syria wound up in another 10 years of civil war. How many people died because of that? Because no one took him seriously. because they wanted the reward, but they didn't want the deal. So they didn't do it. And that led to more continuous war. It's sad. But I wanted to bring that up because no one is talking to you about this. And I think it's important. Again, whether you like Trump administration or not is meaningless. The mainstream news media has convinced you that you have to like the president. You have to like the administration. You have to like their policies. That is one of the biggest political lies ever. It is meaningless about how you feel. It is only important, is it effective? Is it efficient? I say this a lot on this channel. If you're new to the channel, you've heard me say this. This may be the first time if you're new, but I say this a lot on the channel. It isn't about whether you like a policy or you like a politician or you like their ideology. It's, is it efficient? Is it effective? And when you look at politics from that point of view, regardless of what you think about the people who are doing it, then you get better government. You get a better world. And that's what we're getting right now. And meanwhile, news media is trying to tell you it's hell on earth and things are improving. Things are becoming more peaceful around the globe. And you're being told it's hell on earth. I don't understand it. This is why the channel gets suppressed, because I don't agree with lies that are being told to me while the news internationally, and you have to search for this because they don't want you to see it. The search engines aren't going to show you that. The AI bots aren't going to show you this. They're not programmed to tell you the good news. They're only there to tell you Orange Man bad. But if you actually spend the time, and I do it for you, then you'll see the truth. By the way, links to every story that I am bringing up, everything I'm talking to you about, after the show, about an hour after the show, the links will be added to the description so that you can go and see every single article I'm talking about for yourself. You can do your own research, come up with your own decision. Whether you agree with me or not, you can learn for yourself. Because I trust you. You're an adult. Given the information, you will make whatever decision you think is best. Moving on. Let me move on. So Hamas, we were talking about Hamas, which is one of the puppet terrorist organizations controlled by Iran. And now we know, not only is the U.S. in negotiations that the Biden administration could not get done, but now we have allies putting pressure on Iran, and Iran is strongly considering working with the Trump administration on a deal that will make the world safer and less terrorism. Well, what about the terrorists that exist already? Well, we already mentioned the Houthis. They're stopping their fighting in the Red Sea. That's a year, over a year of attacks that have made more people starve in the world than before they were starting. That started in January of 2024. The Biden administration did nothing to stop that. The Trump administration talked to the Houthis. They did stop it. And so that's one of the terrorists. Again, this has a lot to do with the interaction with Iran as well. Hezbollah, they have basically stepped back. They have basically stopped their interactions. Again, none of these nations like Israel. It's not because of Israel. It's because of the United States. In every one of these cases, it's the United States that's causing these terrorist organizations, international terror groups, to stop or at least pause their activity. And that leaves us with Hamas. Trump got back the last 2 living Americans. That was something that we've been very adamant on this channel since 2023, since October 7th, 2023. We have been adamant that the president and the administration must get the Americans home. Trump did it. He got the last 2 living Americans. The Biden administration allowed 17 Americans to die. No fanfare, no news. The mainstream media ignored it. Now we know the reality. 17 Americans died in captivity, tortured and sexually abused, as confirmed by the UN. That was on Biden. Trump got them back home. Trump is now actively trying to work on getting a ceasefire. He's been working on that since he got in power. The Biden administration constantly was telling us that they were working on it and got nothing. They barely had, the two sides, Israel and Hamas, barely would talk to each other. Now we have a very different scenario. As I mentioned, Qatar is important. Qatar just gave the United States government a plane to replace Air Force One. No matter what you think about the gift, it wasn't important. It's the statement that the nation of Qatar is working with the United States. That's what was important, not the plane, not the money. That's meaningless. That they were aligned with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates on the side of the Trump administration. Why is that important? Qatar is the nation that the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas all work through. It is basically the Switzerland of the Middle East. The money that all the terrorist groups use goes through Qatar. The negotiations, international conversations and negotiations go through Qatar. It is Switzerland for the Middle East. And that Switzerland, that Middle Eastern Switzerland, is on the side, or at least leans towards, the Trump administration. So we have more leverage in our conversations. And that helps us to make better deals and to reduce the amount of terrorism in the world. Because we have the Middle Eastern Swiss government, Qatar, listening to us. They're working with us, America. Not with the British, not with the Indians, not with anyone else. Not the Russians, not the Chinese. They're working with America. And they've let everyone in the world know it. That's what the plane was about. That's what it was to give us a jet. It wasn't about the money. It wasn't about favors for President Trump. It was saying that they were politically aligned with the Trump administration, and that gives weight to every negotiation that involves a Middle Eastern nation. That's what that was about. And that leads to Hamas giving back the last living American hostage. That goes with Hamas now listening to and responding to the American offers of a ceasefire. Israel's already agreed to the American proposal. Israel already said yes. Netanyahu said, okay, it's the American deal. We'll go with that. This is, again, the best chance since the beginning of the war for Hamas to get peace. And the biggest thing stopping Hamas from getting a ceasefire and a peace has been Hamas. They're the biggest problem because they continue to hold on to the hostages, which is a major reason why Israel continues to pummel them, because their people are being held and killed as hostages of Hamas. Hamas is the problem. They're a terrorist organization that has written and stated that they want to genocide another group of people because they don't like what they think. There's no reason why anyone should support them. You want the war to end? Tell Hamas to give back. We've said this many times on this program. For years now, we've said, tell Hamas, give back all the hostages, alive and dead, and then they will get peace. The United States will support that. The British will support that. The EU will support that. Everyone in the world will support a peace and put the pressure on Israel to accept that peace if the hostages are given back. Give them back, there will be peace. How long that lasts, that's a different question. But there will be peace. And instead, we have Harvard, Columbia, colleges across America that are pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist. I know, they call it pro-Palestinian. What's the government of Gaza, of the Palestinian people? What's the government? Hamas. That's a terrorist organization. They're pro-Hamas. So they've been pushing for Hamas, which is only prolonging the war. only prolonging the death that is happening there. And there are more deaths of combatants than Hamas admits. 54,000, it wasn't 54,000 innocents. Hamas has a military. They've been getting killed. They just don't report it. They report everyone that dies, and this is documented. This has been found internationally through investigation, that every person who dies is always initially reported by Hamas as a woman or a child. Doesn't matter. 15 men died. They're all women and children, according to Hamas. Until the world then verifies, and then suddenly it turns out, oh no, there were actually 15 men. 15 fighting age men. Does not excuse that there have been some 20,000 civilians, some actual women and children have died. Not excusing that. And you can tell me, Mike, but Israel's gone overboard. And sometimes they have. Sometimes they have. But that's a war. And I understand it. I still stand with Israel before I will ever stand with terrorists. Ever. You may not, but that's where I stand. So, and I admit, yeah, has Israel gone overboard at times? Yes. Do I stand with Israel? Yes. Why? Because Hamas are terrorists. That's why. That being said, all of that being said, Hamas has listened to the latest deal that has come from the United States, from the Trump administration, and they are negotiating it. Again, we're getting closer to peace. This is effective. This is efficient. Now, they've come back with a deal that the United States rejects. Not Israel. Israel always said they accept the American deal, so they don't have anything else to say. It's the United States and Hamas negotiating right now. And we're saying, hey, your changes don't work. We've said that to Hamas. Their changes don't work. Now, what is it that Hamas is asking for? And yes, some will say, Mike, you're looking at the Times of Israel. Isn't that bias? Probably, to some extent, yes. But there's a reason why I use them as one of the reference points, and you should too. Because they're saying things that the other news media agencies aren't. Now, in this, we know that Steve Witkoff is the main special envoy of the United States. He's the guy making a lot of these deals around the world. He's very effective at what he does. And what we're seeing is, and I think I have it highlighted. No, I do not. What we're seeing is Hamas is asking for a 7-year ceasefire, which is not going to happen. They won't get that deal. They're also asking for a full withdrawal of Israeli forces from everywhere that Israel has taken over since March of 2025. The cancellation of new aid, the new humanitarian aid being distributed throughout all of Gaza. Yeah, they don't want that. They want the old way. And part of that is because the old system of the distribution of humanitarian aid went through Hamas. And they would take a cut, a significant cut. Depending on which international news source you look at, it was somewhere between 25 and 60% of all the humanitarian aid that would go into Gaza actually went to Hamas and building their military. And went to their stockpiles and their fighters, not to the people. The people would starve, but Hamas would have more food and water and energy for their fighters than the people. The people would starve. And so that's what Hamas wants to continue. They want that funneled through their government, which is the terrorist organization, so that they can siphon off food, water, and energy for their fighters so they can continue to attack and try and genocide Israel. Because that's the goal of Hamas, to genocide Israel and anyone else that they don't like. That's what they have in writing. So it doesn't stop with Israel. Then they go on to Europe, Britain, the United States. They don't care. If you don't agree with what Hamas believes, then you die. And pretty much the only nation that agrees with what Hamas believes is Israel, is Iran. So there you go. That's why they're the puppet of Iran. So this is not acceptable. The world wants humanitarian aid to get to the people, not to the government of Hamas, not to Hamas itself, not to the terrorists, but to the people, to feed the people, to give the people a chance to live. Whether you agree with Trump's idea of rebuilding, refurbishing, redesigning all of Gaza, whether you agree with that or not, it's at least a potential for people to live. At the very least, we want the humanitarian aid to get to the people, but it isn't. Now it is, because Hamas has been cut out of that system of distribution. And that's getting food and water to the people more than it ever did. Hamas wants to take their cut. So this is why the deal isn't going to work. And to say that there's going to be a ceasefire for the next 7 years is somewhat unrealistic, because Israel will never say, oh, we guarantee that no matter what Hamas does, we won't fight. Well, what if they attack? What if they attack a school bus? What if they have suicide bombers like they often have had over decades now? What if they try and do another October 7th, 2023, another terrorist attack against civilians? Israel wants the right to be able to counter that. So that's why the changes that Hamas is asking for, not going to happen. But when we look at the news and we look at how the AP is reporting this, Hamas seeks amendments to Gaza's ceasefire proposal. No, they don't want to amend it. They want to change it. There's a difference. They're not adding to what the United States has offered. They're changing what America has offered. And that sounds very subtle, but it's massive, especially when you're talking about peace and negotiations internationally. The words matter. Hamas is not looking to amend. They're not trying to add to it. They're trying to completely change the deal. And that's why everyone's rejecting it, because they're changing the deal, not adding to the deal. There's a difference. And AP knows that, but they support Hamas. They support Palestine, which means they support the government of Palestine, of the Palestinian people, which means they support Hamas. It's direct. It's 1-to-1. People may not like that direct consequence, but it exists. If you support, you're supporting the Palestinian people. The government of the Palestinian people is Hamas, and Hamas is a terrorist organization. Therefore, you're supporting Hamas, a terrorist organization. It's 1-to-1. Until the people of Gaza get rid of Hamas as their government, that is the situation. And the news media, AP in particular, yes, they support Hamas, a terrorist organization. But they do it subtle by saying that Hamas they're such good guys. They're willing to do everything, and they just want to add a little bit extra. Isn't that reasonable? They're just asking for a little bit extra. They're adding just a little bit on. Israel is such a bad nation because they're just adding to the deal. And Israel already said yes. So why wouldn't they say yes to these little additions, these amendments? No, because they didn't add to it. They changed it. They fundamentally changed what the United States was offering. And that's the problem. And that's why the United States is saying it's unacceptable. This is the same guy that was working directly with the Trump administration, with Donald Trump, to get peace in India and Pakistan. So we know he's accomplished. It's not because he's incapable of getting peace deals. He can. He's also critical in the conversations between Iran and the United States. This guy Woodcock is the real deal. And if he's saying it's unacceptable, it's unacceptable. It's not going to happen. And we see here, and I think I did highlight it on this one. Did I? Of course I did not. All right. And I'll have links for the entire conversation here. But the Hamas official, speaking on conditions of anonymity due to the sensitivity of the talks, said proposed amendments, changes, focused on U.S. guarantees, the timing of the hostage release, the delivery of aid, and the withdrawal of Israeli forces. These are all changes. They want to change the guarantee that the United States makes. They want to change what America is willing to say will and will not happen. That we guarantee the peace from Israel, but they want more. Well, no, you don't get to make that deal. And they want to guarantee, and they want to change the timing of the hostages. They don't want to give up the hostages. They're trying to keep the hostages. Again, what has been the number one thing that has allowed this conflict, this war between Hamas and Israel to go on? The hostages. Hamas has declined in almost every single negotiation. There have been about 14 to 18 publicly known negotiations or offers of a deal that have been put forth. And in every single case, Hamas has said no to releasing hostages. They want to hold on to as many hostages as possible for as long as possible. And that has been what has failed every single time. The reason why the war, for all those people at Columbia and Harvard, all those pro-Hamas supporters, the Democratic Socialists of America, you want this to end? Fantastic. Tell Hamas to give up the hostages. That has been the one sticking point and the one thing that has not changed since October 7th of 2023. Give up the hostages, you can get peace. Keep the hostages, and this conflict will continue. And Israel is not going to withdraw their forces. Not to the extent, and this is the key, Hamas wants a specific line drawn, which is more than Israel is willing to give up. And why does Israel want a huge buffer between Hamas and Israel? Because they don't trust Hamas. Because Hamas killed 1,200 civilians and took 256 hostages, and they won't give up the hostages. So Israel's not willing to give up the land that they took by force because they don't trust Hamas. They think Hamas will do it again. So Hamas saying, well, we got to get all that land back. Israel's going, no, we don't trust you. We give you back the land, you're going to do it again. We don't trust you. We want a buffer zone. We want a big, huge, fat buffer zone. Call it the DMZ, very much like what we see in South Korea and North Korea. There's a big, huge, fat DMZ between North Korea and South Korea. Why? Because we don't trust North Korea. It's just that simple. And Israel's saying they don't trust Hamas. It's just that simple. I kind of understand. Now, as you go through here, and I believe a separate statement from Hamas said that the proposal aims for a permanent ceasefire, which is not going to happen. Israel won't agree to that because they don't trust Hamas. A comprehensive Israeli withdrawal from Gaza won't happen because they don't trust Hamas, because Hamas are terrorists. And an ensured flow of aid. That can happen as long as Hamas is not the middleman. As long as the humanitarian aid isn't going to Hamas first to be distributed to the people, then Israel probably would agree to that. They would allow more humanitarian aid as long as it's going directly to the people and not to Hamas, the terrorist organization, first. They skim off the top and then give it to the people. That's what Israel doesn't want. So the offers, it's a no-go. Going on, Hamas said that 10 living hostages and the bodies of 18 others will be released. There's 58 hostages. The Americans are asking for half. We want half of the 58 hostages to be released. And Hamas is saying, no, just 10. They want to extend this. They're using the hostages to try get bargaining chips. And it isn't working. It has never worked. No one in the news media really talks about this. This is the big point. We said, give back half the hostages. You can get peace. Hamas said, no, we'll give you 10. You have 58. Give us half, and you will get peace. Hamas says, no, we'll give you 10. And give us some of the soldiers back. And we'll give you some of the dead. We want half of everyone. We want half of the living and half of the dead that you have, of the people that you killed and the people that you are torturing. Give us half of them all right now, and you can get peace. And Hamas is saying no, because Hamas wants to continue this fight. Hamas wants to win. They want to fight and win. And their answer is they get more support from Harvard and Columbia with more hostages for a longer period of time. They get more aid and support from the Democratic Socialists of America, AOC, Ilhan Omar, and their supporters. They get more support for them for this war going longer and longer than if they actually comply and get peace. Hamas doesn't want peace. It's that simple. Now, I went through this in some detail with you folks, because I'm giving you the past and how we got to where we are now. The mainstream media doesn't care. The mainstream media wants you to pick a side, and most of the mainstream media is in favor of Hamas. They want you to feel bad for Hamas. I don't. I do not feel bad for Hamas. They're a terrorist organization that started this whole thing. And people go, but there was things that happened in the future. I don't care. You know what? What happened? They made a decision. They made a decision that said, kill civilians, women and children, killed them blatantly just because they exist. Capture 256 human beings and torture them and sexually abuse them for over 582 days because they exist. I'm sorry. There is no negotiating with that, in my view. I'm not that nice. I'm just not. I was even worse when they still had Americans alive that they were holding on to. I'm happy that for a long time, for the last 6 months, I've been afraid and telling you that the reporting I was getting was that every American was dead. The international reports, the rumors that were out there were saying that every American was dead. Luckily, 2 were alive. So it was going to be worse. We were going to have 19 dead out of 22 hostages. But we got back 2. And I think the only reason why we got them back was because Trump. They're afraid of Trump because they're putting pressure on Iran. They put pressure on the Houthis, and the Houthis bent down and stopped. The Houthis made a deal. Iran is talking about a deal. That's why we got back to 2 Americans that are living under the Trump administration. Biden wasn't going to get any of that. No one respected Biden. No one respected Kamala Harris. We wouldn't have gotten any of that back, and this war would be even worse than it is right now. There would be no negotiations going on. So I would say to Hamas, take the deal we're offering. Israel said they'll agree. Take the deal that's there. Give us half the hostages. That's the biggest sticking point. It has been the sticking point for 18 months. Has been the number one thing stopping peace. The hostages. Give them back. Alive and dead. And the reason I think, and I've said this before, the main reason why I think Hamas doesn't want to give back the hostages alive and dead is because they have killed almost all of them. Under the care of Hamas, almost every single hostage has been killed, and they know it. And because there are so few living hostages, they don't want retaliation. That's what Hamas is afraid of. That when the world finds out how many they killed and how badly they tortured those hostages before they killed them, they expect that there will be a backlash, and they are afraid of the government, Israel, the United States, European Union, British. The backlash that they would get from those governments is enough to destroy the entire Gaza Strip. That's what they're afraid of. So Mike says, I don't remember reading anywhere that Trump got the last living American back. He did. Actually, I covered it about a month ago. Yeah. Eden, what's his last name? Eden Alexander. Eden Alexander. Here he is. Let me show you guys. So, for you, Mike, and I covered this at the time. This was earlier in May. Eden Alexander, 21, he's 21 years old. He has dual citizenship, American and Israeli. And much of the left-leaning news media called him Israeli. He's actually an American. But they called him Israeli instead because they didn't want to give any credit to the Trump administration, because this was a deal made without Israel. It was purely by the United States, by the Trump administration, directly with Hamas to get him back. And he was the last living American. Everyone else got killed. The last 2 living Americans came under the Trump administration. 17 others got killed. Everyone else before him dead. So that was on May 12th. That was the last living American. 17 dead bodies of Americans are held by Hamas right now. That's a fact. The news media did not make a big deal of this. We covered it at the time. We covered it because it's important. So I'm not surprised, Mike Bowie, many people are probably hearing this for the first time. Wait a minute. All the American hostages that are alive are back? Yes. How many were there? 2. Everyone else died. That's it. And that was under the Trump administration, because the Trump administration directly told Hamas, make the deal. Give us the body, or we're going to be more involved in this conflict. And you won't be dealing with just Israel. You'll be dealing with the American forces too. Give us our living people. And that's when we found out there was only one left. Only one left. Is Alexander, so Mike Bowie goes on to say, is Alexander describing the conditions he witnessed? Yes, he has. He's had several interviews, and most of the coverage of Eden Alexander, you have to look internationally. The BBC and The Guardian had articles about this. The Israeli Times, the Nikkei News, all had coverage on that. Deutsche Welle, DW News, which is the German news agency, also had some articles on it. So you mostly have to go international to get the news, because the mainstream news media didn't cover it. Why didn't the American news media cover it? Because it's positive news for Orange Man Bad. Because of a deal between the United States and Hamas directly. That makes Trump look good, so they don't talk about it. Did not talk about it. News came out that day literally on May 12th, and that was hard to find that day. And if you didn't look at international news, you wouldn't have heard about it at all, and they just forgot about it. They don't talk about it anymore. You don't hear them. The news media has basically stopped talking, American news media has basically stopped talking about Hamas altogether. Because there's nothing, they can't tie that to a negative, because Trump got back the living Americans. Biden didn't. Kamala didn't. The Democratic Party didn't. Trump did. And so they don't want to talk about it. So they just ignore it completely. That's why you've seen so little being said about what's happening with Hamas and Israel right now, and why all of the news we're hearing about it is coming from the colleges, which are pro-Hamas. And they're talking about terrorism, the terrorists. We got to protect the terrorists, because that's what they're saying. They got to protect the people and the government of Gaza, and that is Hamas. So they want to continue the war. So yes, he has described to answer your question, he did describe the conditions, which were horrendous. He was tortured. He didn't mention if he was sexually abused. We do know others have been sexually abused, and that several of the hostages that have been released over the year, since 2023, have mentioned that they have been sexually abused. And we do know that the UN has confirmed in December of 2023 that the hostages were being sexually abused. So we do know that happened. We do know that they were tortured. And Eden Alexander was tortured as well. These are the facts as they exist. Again, those who are on the left watching the program, you may not like this, but this is the reality. This happened. These are the facts. Confirmed. Internationally credible news agencies. Confirmed. We've covered it before. At the time that they happened. You don't have to like it. It's just the truth. All right. So, I know it's amazing that so little about this has been told to the American people. And it should have been major news for America that all the living hostages have been released. You would think that would have some kind of impact with our colleges, that it would change the way that Americans look at the conflict. It would change the policy going forward. How much involvement should America have now that our people, all of our living people, no longer are there? One of the biggest reasons why America was involved and should have been involved in the conflict was because they had our hostages, they had American citizens, and we must get those citizens back. That was my position all the way. And I think we should have dropped in Marines well ahead of this. A year ago, we should have had Marines drop into Gaza, sweep the place, and get our people back. But that's my position. Some people might, you're overboard. Okay, whatever. But we got them back. You would think that this would have been national news, and it's positive news. Should have been a great day. May 12th, 2025 should have been a wonderful celebration for Eden Alexander being reunited with his family, free from being tortured by Hamas. You think that would have been the news. Instead, they didn't care. Because that would give credit and positivity to the Trump administration. Orange Man bad would have done something good, which they cannot abide, and therefore they didn't talk about it. Again, when people are surprised, you can check with the AIs, with ChatGPT or Grok, and you can find out for yourself. 90% of the news coverage, the mainstream news coverage, has been negative on Trump every single day. 90%. They do not want to give him credit for anything because they want to win the 2026 midterms. Even though he's done things that are positive, you won't hear about it because you're not supposed to hear about it. You're supposed to say, Orange Man bad, vote Democrat. The only thing that'll protect you, vote Democrat. Again, you can if you want to, but if you're doing it because you think that Trump hasn't done anything correctly, that he hasn't been effective or efficient, then you're making a bad vote. That's my point. Now, does that mean you have to vote Republican? Absolutely not. I'm not telling you to do that. You can vote Libertarian, you can vote Green Party, you can vote Democrat if you really want to, but I'm not telling you what to do. I'm only giving you the information so that you can make a decision. Because saying, well, Trump hasn't been effective, that's a lie. to say that Trump hasn't had a positive impact on the world, that is a lie. Demonstrably, and I'm giving you the evidence. India, Pakistan, the Houthis getting back American hostages from Hamas. Those are major issues affecting the world, and Trump got them done, all of them positive. You didn't hear about them. Let me go on. Let me move forward. And that's pretty much talking about all the... We usually break up the show, the first part dealing with the international news, and then we go into domestic. Again, there hasn't been a lot happening internationally because things are calming down for the most part. For the most part, things are calming down. The Trump administration, whether you like them or not, has been relatively impactful. Now, I will talk about tariffs a little bit later in the show. I will be talking about how the tariffs and what's happening with U.S. judges, how that's affecting the world and the United States. That's more economics. We're going to be talking about that later. So it's not that I'm not talking about it in the international segment. It's more a domestic issue because of the judges in the United States that are affecting those tariffs that are affecting the world. And that's also affecting U.S. international policy and the trust and confidence the world has in the United States at this moment, just because Donald Trump is Donald Trump. We'll talk more about that a little bit further down the road, a little bit later in the show. But I'm going to talk more about domestic policy now. Again, if you like Mike Bowie has been asking questions, I'm happy to answer them. You could be like Forrest Mommy and comment whether you agree or you disagree, and many others. I know there are tens, dozens more people who are watching this program right now on X, on Rumble, on Facebook, on YouTube that haven't said anything. You can, whether you agree or disagree. I'm always happy to hear you. And of course, I'll be even more happy to answer your questions if you do a super chat or a Rumble rant, which is essentially the same thing. That helps the program. Or you can like, share, and subscribe. I look forward to that. But I'm always open to hearing your comments, whether you agree or disagree. And like with Mike, you can ask questions for me to follow up and say, is there more details or is there more information? If you didn't know who Eden Alexander was, now you do. Now you know the name of the last American hostage held by a Hamas that was alive, and everyone else is dead. And if you were hoping that we would get back more living hostages, I'm sorry, there are no more. Hamas killed them all. Moving forward. And I think more the kids at the colleges should be reminded of that. They should be aware of that because they don't talk about, notice, you've never heard the kids at Harvard or Columbia, at Cornell University, Cornell University, UCLA. You never hear them talk about, hey, what about those American hostages? They won't mention them. Because if you actually consider what Hamas has done to American hostages, they lose their support. That's why they don't even mention it. But that's another thing. I won't get into that. Something else that a lot of people didn't hear about, and you should have, and I think is important. It was a big deal a year ago, was the Tennessee trans shooter and their manifesto. And you really haven't heard anything about this. And I have an entire video that I did on Friday. Because Friday night, I found out that the manifesto, the basically our only clue at the mindset of this vile, vicious, evil, disgusting human being, the Tennessee trans shooter, the only thing we had to clue into that was the manifesto, which was hidden from the public because of politics, because they're trans. Mind you, and let me be very clear and upfront, and let me bring it back to the big screen. Let me make it very clear for you. I don't care that the mass murderer, the killer of children, was trans. I don't care. I say the same thing, and you can go back. I've covered many, many mass shootings, school shootings, many gun events throughout the last 20 years that I've been doing political commentary. I am not bashful about covering that. And in every case, I believe, I have come out and I've made it very clear. School shooters, mass shooters are maniacal, evil people. It doesn't matter what the color of skin is. Doesn't care. I don't care what their gender is. I don't care what their gender preference is. I don't care what their mental disorder is. They are each and every single one maniacal, evil, vile, disgusting human beings. That's my definition of every mass shooter, every school shooter, period. Full stop. I don't care about their political alignment. I don't care about the color of their skin, their gender preference, who they date. I don't care. They're evil, disgusting, barely worth being considered as human beings. Each and every one of them. So I don't want to hear anyone in the comments, in chat, or in the comments after the show and go, "Oh, Mike, you're just transphobe. You just don't like trans." It has nothing to do with that. I don't care. Don't care. Meaningless to me. It is, I use the term, the Tennessee trans shooter, because it identifies which shooting I'm talking about. Which individual, which vile, disgusting creature that I'm trying to talk about. So that it triggers in your mind. Because when I said the Tennessee trans shooter, all of a sudden people go, "Oh yeah, I remember that." People will remember the 3 9-year-olds that were killed by that maniacal monster. And it's not because they're trans. It has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with it. Because I've said the same thing. I have described in the same manner every mass shooter and school shooter with the same terms. Because I don't care. They're all the same thing. They're the same evil, vile creature. And they're disgusting. But the one in Tennessee, which happened, the shooting happened in 2023. And I know a lot of people forget these things because most people don't remember things that happened in politics or news more than 3 months ago. Most people forget. And in fact, many politicians and many political organizations count on the fact that you will forget that these things happened after 3 months. They actually build their political agendas around the fact that you will forget in 3 months. And I will discuss that in a little bit when we're talking about Andrew Cuomo. People forgot what Andrew Cuomo did. Why? It's been over 3 months. The news media won't talk about it. And so people forget. It's been they call it memory holding. And it's been memory hold. Well, the trans shooter was being memory hold because this individual was trans, and therefore, to protect the trans community, they said, don't talk about that shooting. And it was shut down almost immediately. This was an individual who isn't a Republican. This was a trans that was either male, female, who knows? It was too confused. It's alphabet community, and they attacked children. And so they stopped. The news media, the left-leaning news media, did not want to talk about this subject. They did not want to talk about it. And what would have been vital, and is vital, I think, for the public, is that we talk about this shooter. And it's really sad. And I'm going to get to the comment, Joel. Give me a moment. I will get to it. Wait a minute. Actually, let me go and deal with it now. Joel says, the NIH denies link school shooters and psychotropic medications. Yeah. Many people have pointed to and suggested that there is a link between these mass shooters, school shooters, and certain kinds of medicines, certain drugs that they take. Most of them being drugs that affect the way people think, or have a side effect of having some kind of negative mental status. And there's a lot of drugs that, if you look at the side effects in the small print, and they'll say, oh, you might commit suicide, you might become depressed. There's a bunch of drugs that do that. A lot of drugs that do that as a side effect. And many of the school shooters and mass shooters over the last 5 to 10 years, we have found that many of them have been taking psychotropic drugs. Not all of them, not in every case. Many of them are different types of drugs, and some of them do have these side effects, known side effects, and some don't. And people say, well, that's why they're doing it, because they're taking these medications. They're being over-medicated. And because they're being over-medicated, whether it's an ADD or ADHD or whatever drug, they're being put on, and it's causing it to mess with their minds, and that's why they do this. There's no conclusive proof of that. And all the studies that have been done about this, and I think there's only one or two, it's something that has not been studied much over the last 10, 20 years. Very few studies have been done on this, but there's nothing conclusive that says that, well, you get these drugs and you have a higher percentage chance of becoming a mass shooter. There may be a connection, there might not. It's not clear. It is something to be concerned with. We do know, and just to clarify, in terms of mass shootings, again, I've spoken at colleges about this. I have written a 25-page report that I presented to the New York State legislature, New York State Senate, to the Republicans there. I submitted a 25-page report about these subjects. I've been covering this for a long time. And I can tell you that what we definitively know about mass shooters, they are usually younger, they are disturbed, and there's at least 38 different categories that you can put them into. That there are at least 38 different major reasons why mass shooters do what they do. And one of the groups that have done a study that came up with this category and this listing was 538. 538.com, which is a left-leaning website, news organization, questionable in some of the things they do. They have very much a leftist, progressive bent to their reporting, but they did a very comprehensive review of several hundred shootings, some of them being mass shootings, some of them just being shootings in and of themselves. There is a big difference between the two and how you count what is a mass shooting, what is just a regular shooting, what's a school shooting, and what's just a regular shooting. Like, a lot of people, you'll see this in the news all the time. Oh my God, there's been like 5,000 school shootings in America. No. What there have been a large number of shootings on a Saturday or a Sunday when there is no school, in the middle of the night when there is no school, on the grounds of a school, like in the football field, in the back of the schoolyard, at the basketball courts. Yeah, that is what and they count that when you're not paying attention. Places like Everytown, USA will count that and say, that's a school shooting. No, it's not. It's a shooting on school grounds. Yes. Is it a school shooting? No. Did it involve students? Not at all. It had gang members. It had individuals from other places, criminals, that are just having their crime on the school grounds. It has nothing to do with students. So there's a lot of wiggle that people with political agendas put into the data to get the results that they want. But even with that said, and Everytown USA is very, very discreditable for doing that. They do that on a regular basis. 538 is not as bad. And they did a very comprehensive study of several hundred shootings over several years. And their determination, there's over 38 categories of what creates a school shooting. Why do we see these mass shootings and school shootings? And there's multiple reasons. Potentially, psychotropic drugs is one of those categories, but it's not the only one. I wish it was as simple as, well, we stop giving kids, young adults, stop giving them drug X, stop giving them medication X, and then we'll stop having mass shootings. I wish it was that simple. It's not. And I'm just being honest with you. I'm trying to be as honest as I can. There's no agenda here. I'm not trying to be political about that. I wish it was as simple as stop giving out this psychotropic drug and all mass shootings, all school shootings will stop. It won't. It's not that simple. There's a lot more to it than that. It would stop some, that's true, but it won't stop all. Mike Bowie says, side effects may include mass shootings. I wish they would say that in some of the commercials that they put out there and say that. You'd be surprised how many people would be like, no, I'm not using that drug anymore. But, they reword things very much so. But I did want to address that. Thank you, Joel, for bringing that up. I hope that clarifies it for people. And if it's not clear, or if people think, Mike, you just don't understand, I'll be more than happy to. I know this stuff off the top of my head. I research it constantly. Mass shootings, school shootings, I'm constantly on top of that data. I'll be more than happy. I can chapter and verse. I can quote the numbers on a regular basis. So, ask away, folks, if you think I'm somehow not getting it. I do. Joel says, the drug problem is no accompanying therapy session and supervision. Well, again, that's one of the problems with it. We are seeing an over-medication of the public. Doctors are throwing pills at people. It's kind of like Democrats throw money at a problem. Doctors throw pills and medication at a problem. We're seeing that a lot more today than we've ever seen before in our history. And we have more and more medications to be thrown at everything. And every medication that has ever been made by man has a side effect. That is a fact. There is no medication made by man that does not have a side effect. Does not exist. It's the reason why when we had the lockdowns and we had Joe Biden running around saying, there's no side effect. I was like, he's lying to your face. Lying to your face. I did videos on that. He's lying to your face. Why? There is no medication made by man that doesn't have a side effect. Though some of the side effects may be mild. It may only affect a very small part of the population, but every medication made by man has side effects. It's only a question of how many people, the magnitude of the people that it affects, and the magnitude of the negatives of those side effects. That may change depending on which medication you're talking about, but every single medication made by man has a side effect. Can we mitigate some of those side effects, as Joel is suggesting, that if we had therapy sessions and or supervision, well, maybe that would help moderate some of these mental issues created by some of these medications. Maybe, but there's no guarantee that that would prevent mass shootings. In general or in part. No guarantee. Is it a bad idea? No, Joel. I think it's a decent idea. That if you have a medication that we know affects some portion of users with extreme mental distress, yeah, we probably should be having some additional follow-up on that. And there should be some kind of supervision on that. Absolutely. We don't. Doesn't make any sense. Because the news media and those who are promoting this don't want the negativity. They don't want people to not take the medication. It's a stupid way of looking at it, I think, because you're long term, you're just having more problems. You're not solving the problem. You're changing the problem from one thing to another, and the thing you're changing it to might be worse than the initial problem you had. So It's a difficult topic for a lot of people to accept. That being said, we're going to keep going. So let me jump back because we found out on the 29th of May, this week, the Tennessee trans shooter manifesto was released to the public. That was something that was wrapped up in court cases, and the news media were saying they can't release it, or some of the news media were saying you shouldn't release it to the public. Some were saying we must send it out to the public. And instead of being national news, as it should be, the original shooting, national news for the first day. Then we found out the shooter was trans. It stopped. The story ended in 3 days. Almost all the news coverage ended after 3 days. Why? The shooter's trans. Stop. Oh, literally, as soon as we knew that, you saw a massive, substantial decrease in the amount of coverage on that news story. Just because the shooter turned out wasn't a white guy, wasn't a Republican, wasn't even was a Democrat, liberal, but more importantly, turned out alphabet. Part of the alphabet family committed this atrocity. Boom, that's all was necessary for the news media to let the story go. Dropped it like a lead weight. But we found out that there was a manifesto. And then that was hidden by the police. It was hidden by the courts. And people were saying, why? There are over 29 different manifestos of mass murderers, mass shooters, that have been released around the world. There's at least 5 or 6 in the United States of mass shooters that manifestos, in part or in whole, have been released. We should have had this a long time ago. Because if it's because of the medications that this individual was on, we should be able to start studies on that. We should be able to investigate that because that might be the reason. If it's because of a job, it's because they got denied a date. Whatever the reason might be, if we can find out and the public can become aware of it, we should have had that document. If it's nothing but political diatribe, if it's just random madness ramblings, no, there's no benefit for that. But if there's anything that the public can glean from the manifesto that could help prevent this from happening again, it should have been released because we've done it 29 other times. We have released these manifestos, and there's no reason in this case, which is somewhat unique. We don't have a lot of mass shootings by trans individuals. So maybe there's something in that manifesto that the public can review and say, hey, that thing is something we see a lot. Maybe this is a side effect of that thing that we see. That this is the unusual outcome of that thing that affects the trans community. Maybe. And then we can prevent this from happening in the future. That's the hopeful way of looking at it. That's the positive way of looking at it. The news media said, no, it's trans, so we can't talk about it. That's a disservice to the trans community. That's a disservice to the alphabet community. That's a disservice to the public as a whole. We weren't helping anyone. And the argument that we got at the time was, but Mike, some people don't like trans people. And? So what? But some people will hate trans people. They already do. The people who would hate trans people already hate them. Whether or not they have this document, this manifesto that might help in the future to prevent another one of these shootings is not going to change. The people who don't like trans people don't like them. They're not going to like them. That isn't going to change. This isn't the catalyst that makes someone suddenly like or dislike trans people more or less. They've already made up their mind. What this is about is it can be a tool to help us prevent a future mass shooting. It may be a tool to help us help people who have gender dysphoria. Maybe. It could be a tool to help. Therefore, why wouldn't we give it to the public? And there is no legitimate argument made that outweighs the potential public benefit. There is no potential negative larger than the potential positive in terms of releasing. Again, we don't have to release every single word of the document, but in part, as we have done with many, many other mass shootings. In fact, we've done it when they're completely political, like Dylan Roof. We saw that, what, political. When the politics definitely point to the right, there is no argument coming from the left. There is no argument coming from the news media. They publish as much of the manifestos that they can that says, oh my God, this is a right-leaning mass shooter. Aren't they evil? All of them are evil. They're more than happy to do that in a heartbeat. But if the person isn't obviously instantly right-wing, then they're like, oh, I don't know if I can show you any of this. That's because they're playing politics with your life. They're playing politics with your kids' life in schools because they have an agenda. Release. Again, certain things are sensitive details. Public doesn't need to know all the sensitive details. But if there's general information that might help people to understand, then that's what we should release. I agree with that. The mainstream news media doesn't show this. This is KOMO News, Nashville, Tennessee. The national news media did not cover this. When I did my initial research, I could not find any major national news that covered this story. But they covered the shooting for a day, and they covered the cover-up and the denial of the manifesto. They covered that for a week. But none of them covered this. You have to ask the question, why? Why didn't they cover it? There were 112 pages, and there's a disclaimer that comes with it that you can get from KOMO News, which I've looked over. And I did an entire video, and I went through what I believe many of the pages of this deranged, maniacal, evil, vile human being. I covered it, and I went through it, including, like, this is page number 5, where this beast, you may not have noticed. I mean, the goals that this person put before them are simple goals. Like, they wanted to watch anime. They wanted to watch Disney movies. They wanted to do things that seem normal, that normal people do. I wasn't able to determine anything different. Hell, a bunch of the anime and videos and movies that this monster was watching are things that I watched, that I've watched in my life. I've never tried to go out and do a mass shooting in my life. I have no desire to do it. It's just normal human being stuff. But there were other parts of the manifesto which are very dark and very disturbing. And I discussed it in my video. And I do recommend people check that out. We should talk about this. I did an entire video on it so people can watch it and comment. It's got nothing to do with trans. It has to do with monstrous acts and preventing that going forward. I can tell you this much about the Tennessee trans shooter. And yes, I'm not using the name. Not because I want to dead name them or not dead name them. I don't really care. And more importantly, I'm not worried about the feelings of a mass shooter. I don't care. I would dead name them in a heartbeat because I don't care about their feelings. I hope they're in hell and burning. But let me be fair. I'm not using their name because I'm not sensationalizing it either. Again, I want you to remember what I'm talking about. And the event was a Tennessee trans shooter. That's what everyone remembered. That's the title that's in everyone's head. If it was called the Nashville mass shooting, I'd call it that. It wasn't. It was called the Tennessee trans shooting. That's why I used that name. And I'm not going to use the name of the shooter because I'm not giving them the benefit. I don't want them remembered. Which is, by the way, one of the reasons why the Tennessee trans shooter, why did they do it? To be remembered. Sick. I don't want you to remember their name. I want you to remember what they did. I want to prevent people from doing it in the future, to help people so they never have to do that. But I'm not going to remember that individual. Let them rot. Don't want to remember their name. We need to talk about this issue. Vital. Now, we've been on for about 2 hours and 21 minutes. I just hit some very heavy information. At the 2 hour mark, roughly 2.5 hours, we normally take a little bit of a break. You probably heard my puppy in the background, who's 14 years old. And come here. Come here. There he is. Hi. Say hello. Say hello to everybody. Hi. This is Khan. Khan is 14. We're going to go out. Yes, I know. All right. So that was Khan telling me that he wants to go out. He's 14 years old. He's an older dog. So I usually take him out about 2 hours and a half into the program. I did not set a video ahead of time. By the way, wait a minute. Before I go further, Peace Logic, thank you for the $1.99, I think that was a Rumble rant that he provided, dropping in to say he's showing his support. Thank you, Peace Logic. I appreciate and I thank you for your support. Again, it doesn't have to be $100, folks. It can be like Peace Logic, $1.99. It makes a difference. And I appreciate Peace Logic for helping us to support the show when we're talking about these important issues. Whether you agree or you disagree, to have that conversation, I thank you for that support of free speech. Thank you, Peace Logic. I appreciate you. Nope, it was on... Did I buy a green screen? Not yet. Alabama Barmy, hello. I know, Con, wait, give me a second. So, as you can hear, my puppy is screaming at me right now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to play my coverage of the reaction to the release of the Tennessee shooter manifesto. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. See, it's let's call it 5 o'clock now. We'll be back at between 5:30 and 5:45. Depends on how fast he walks. So let's say 5:45. I'll be back at 5:45. We'll finish the show. There's still more. There's the tariffs to talk about, the Trump tariffs to talk about, Andrew Cuomo to talk about, minimum wage is something to talk about, the education system, and what is equitable grading to talk about. We'll talk about all of that when we come back, and then we'll go forward. By the way, Peace Logic, I already have a green screen. What's behind me right now? That's a green screen. But we'll talk more when I get right back. But until then, I'm just going to play this for you guys. I will be back shortly after I walk my dog. Again, 5. Let me type that in for you guys right now. We'll be back at 5:45. Oops. 5. Okay, I can't type. All right, there we go. And I am your host, Michael Voss. And I'm in my office in the Bronx, New York. It's currently May 30th at about 10:30 in the evening, Eastern Standard Time. And I just found out some news that is kind of breaking news, kind of not. But I think it is important, and it's a sensitive topic, so I do want to address this. And I may or may not address it during the Sunday live stream this week, but I want to address it at least in part, because it's about the Tennessee trans shooter. A evil individual, a possessed individual. This is maniacal. And I say that about any mass shooter. Doesn't matter who they are, their color of skin, their gender, their sexual preference. Doesn't matter. All that superficial stuff doesn't matter. If you're taking innocent lives for no reason, that's just the definition of a maniac, of evil in and of itself. So I don't want people to confuse me talking about the Tennessee trans shooter because of the trans nature of that individual. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with what they did. Taking innocent lives of little children is evil by definition. No matter what other category or ranking that you may believe in or not believe in, it doesn't matter. The act itself was evil. And the world is better off without such evil in it. You may disagree. I'm not that much of a Christian. I can't turn my cheek on that kind of action. I just can't. Call me weak, call me whatever you'd like. That's just the reality. So, the Tennessee trans shooter in 2023 walked into a school, a religious school, and killed 3 9-year-old children. That's horrific. For no reason other than that trans person was warped, demented. They had a massive malfunction in their brain. And so we talked about it at that time. I did have coverage of it at that time. You may recall back on April 2nd of 2023 during our live stream, I think this was season 5, episode 14, was the last time that we were directly and mostly speaking about the Tennessee trans shooter and its impact on America, and the fact that we were not able to see the manifesto that the trans shooter had left behind. And we didn't understand why. It didn't make a lot of sense. Why not? Now, since that time, there's been a lot of back and forth with the courts, with the news media. There were leaks that came out. Even I think one of them was by Steven Crowder. There was a lot of controversy about whether or not this manifesto should be released. Mind you, we know of at least 29 mass murderers, mass shooters, whose manifestos have been in part or in whole released to the public. That would include people like Dylan Roof, Christopher Harper Mercer, Brenton Tarrant, John Earnest. There's been a lot of, or at least more than a few, at least 29 of the manifestos in the United States and otherwise that have been released to the public. There is a benefit in that, because perhaps in seeing some of this documentation, people can identify a problem and prevent it from becoming a mass shooting. I mean, that's the ideal. That's the best case scenario. Someone sees the behavior patterns that these mass shooters, especially in this case the Tennessee trans shooter, seeing the behavior patterns, seeing the language that's being used, the activities that they did, perhaps that can identify someone else who is on the edge, who is about to commit acts of evil and prevent them from doing so. Or someone who's just troubled and needs help. And perhaps that will allow that person to see, either by seeing the document, saying they recognize themselves in that document and therefore go to get help, or others who recognize some of these traits in others and reach out to them and say, do you need help? Can we help you? That's the ideal of it. And that's why the documents on these evil individuals who have committed these horrendous, vile actions, that's why their documents have been released in part or in whole, so that we can see that evil, that seed, and perhaps stop it from growing, from turning into what we saw in Tennessee. And that has nothing to do with trans or race or gender or preference. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's about identifying evil and broken people. But it was back and forth in the courts. The mainstream news media, many progressive political organizations wanted to suppress this news. They wanted to change the way that we spoke about this individual because they were trans. And so therefore, it was verboten to mention that some trans individuals are damaged. Some of them have massive problems. That these surgeries that have been promoted overwhelmingly as being the best thing that could possibly happen to resolve all of their problems, well, the reality is it doesn't. Some of these problems aren't based on their gender identification. It has to do with them internally. And cosmetic surgeries will not change that. Cosmetic surgeries don't fix anything. They are exactly what they say they are, cosmetic. They only deal with issues on the surface. They don't change you as an individual. You're still the same you, regardless of what outward-facing visualizations the world gets to see. You are still you inside those cosmetic changes. And if you are damaged, the cosmetics don't change that. They don't improve that. They don't fix that. If you're broken, you're still going to be broken. Even if you are able to attain this image of beauty and perfection that you may imagine exists. And there is no true objectification of beauty. No one ever hits that. No one's perfect. Even no matter what you look at in anyone, everyone has a problem. Everyone has issues. No body is perfect. There's always a problem on the other side. The grass is always greener when you're looking at someone else's grass, but it's never perfect. And it doesn't resolve all the problems. You can get all the wealth in the world. It doesn't fix you. You can have the cosmetics. You can have the body. It doesn't fix you. And we often lose that because America is very materialistic. American society is very fixated on the outward appearance of things rather than the internal reality of what life may be, what individuals go through. So I, like many in the news media, I, like many concerned individuals in the nation, wanted to see the manifesto. Not because of sensationalism, not because of eyeballs, but because in having that knowledge, perhaps there's something that, there's that 1% chance that you'll run into somebody and you can help change their life because you identify something that you can maybe help. Maybe not. Maybe it's 0.5%. Maybe it's 0.1%. Maybe. But at least there's that potential because you have the knowledge, and with the knowledge you can take appropriate action at times. At least that's the way I approach it. I'm sure there are news media that just approach it because of eyeballs and they want to make money. Some are doing it because of politics and they want to promote their political agenda, whether it's for or against, whatever. That may be the case. I'm looking at it from a different point of view. I'm looking at it from 1, this has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. 2, gun control doesn't stop these kind of events from happening. Number 3, we have as a nation looked at the issue of trans in the worst way possible. Blind affirmation and trying to convince people, sell them on the idea that if they have these cosmetic surgeries, their life will be changed. They will be loved by everyone. All of their problems will be fixed. Is a lie. It is a lie. And because it is a lie, because it does not fix the person inside. It only changes the cosmetic outside. That is a problem our nation is going to have to deal with. And we now have tens of thousands of kids who have been sold this lie. And they're dealing with the consequences of that. And if we are wrong only 1% of the time, and that is highly unlikely, but if this social experiment is wrong only 1% of the time, we're talking about tens of thousands of young adults whose lives have been ruined. And we have to deal with them. We have to find a way to help them in our society, to integrate them in our society, or deal with the negative consequences of leaving them outcast, leaving them broken. Now, I say all of this because on May 29th, the manifesto of the Tennessee trans shooter was released by the FBI. 112 pages were released. And you probably didn't hear about it. I didn't hear about it. I'm a political junkie. This is what I do. I follow the news. This is one of the issues that I was addressing back in 2023. I'm massively involved in Second Amendment issues, and I often talk about mass shootings. I have dozens of videos and articles and research that I have done into gun control, Second Amendment issues, amongst other things that I've covered over the last 20 years. So this is something that is on my radar, and I didn't hear about this, so I expect you didn't hear about it either, because MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, the New York Times, the mainstream news media avoided this with a 10-foot pole. They didn't want to talk about this. It is very, very quiet. As far as I know, only 2 local regional news organizations in Tennessee actually published not only the story, but also links to the FBI release of information for the public. Now, considering the massive amount of news and backlash that came out in 2023 and 2024 about releasing any of the information about this manifesto, and the claim that releasing the manifesto would doom all trans people, that it was somehow horrific to the alphabet community, LGBT, the whole alphabet, that it would somehow harm them all more than the actual shooting harmed an entire community. I think that's ridiculous. But the news media said, you don't need to know about this. The national news media that pumped up the story in the first place, that used this story to push an agenda to promote the trans movement, and blind affirmation, that whole push, they had nothing to say now. They have nothing to say. That's kind of sad. But I did just find out about this, and I do want to cover it a bit. Now, there's not a lot of news out at this moment. But what we do know, as mentioned by, this is news station KOMO News out of Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. And they do report that the over 100 pages, 112 pages have been released. And they do provide a link to the FBI documentation. And you can see it here. There's a couple of pages in particular that I think are of note. One of the pages, as we can see here from 2022, this individual, the trans shooter, is damaged beyond all belief. This is a person who had a long-term problem, and their cosmetic surgeries did not help. The promise that they have been made by the society, by the blind affirmation movement, did not help. This person was broken, massively broken, and they were enveloped by evil. And as you can see from the FBI release, this person back in May of 2022, well before the shooting itself, they were already looking forward to death. They were looking forward to ending their life in violence. This is a person who is broken. And they had a list of things in their life. And maybe these are some of the things that the news media didn't want you to know about. Some of the things on their list were to watch cartoons. Okay. The Powerpuff Girls, Avatar, The Last Airbender, Samurai Jack, Robot Chicken, DuckTales. These aren't things that are different than everyone else. These are popular cartoons and very lighthearted at that. They wanted to read some books like The Tao of Pooh, Alice in Wonderland, The Secret Life of Nim, Lolita, Matilda. Now, some of these materials you may see other allegories to, that this hints at some issues of personality, of self-identity that this person had. They wanted to watch all the Studio Ghibli movies. They wanted to watch a lot of Disney movies. The Rescuers, Mulan, Moana, Pocahontas, Peter's Dragon, Iron Will. These aren't crazy movies. White Fang, Stargirl. These aren't movies that you would think, oh my God, this is such an indication of something absolutely horrendous. This is a telltale sign of someone who is broken. It isn't. Many of these movies are things that I've seen. Many of the cartoons and anime are things that I've watched. Many of the books are books that I have read, and so have millions, if not tens of millions of other people around the world over my lifetime and even to this day. Some of the YouTube, looking at Final Fantasy stories, looking at the Resident Evil games and their history, the history of Silent Hill, Pokemon cards. These aren't unusual things. And we see also that this individual, and a lot of this has been covered up, redacted by the FBI for security reasons and to prevent any kind of duplication. So I'm perfectly fine with that kind of sensitive material being covered up. And you'll see in a few moments some information about specific individuals has been removed from the public availability to protect that individual who are innocent in this whole investigation of what motivated this damaged, dangerous, evil person. Receipts for things like guns and ammo and other things that they were using. But I think this is when we start seeing something. When we get to pages 21 and beyond, 22 and beyond, we start seeing some of the psychology. And this is how we know this is a person who is broken. Why does my brain not work right? That's not a normal conversation. Because I was born wrong. That's a person who has a problem with themselves. That is an internal issue. That isn't cosmetic. Changing the outward appearance, whether in clothing or in surgery, does not change the internal conflict that this person obviously was going through. Everything hurts. Nature. This is a problem. And perhaps if they had talked to people, there would have been better answers. Maybe they could have gotten answers for what was bothering them, what was the issue that they had, why everything seemed to hurt them. Were they being rejected in their love? And we will see over and over again that this person's very angry at individuals, others, because they're not living the life that they wanted. That trans individuals saying they want to be loved, and they aren't. And they were promised over and over by the mainstream news media, in the movies, in TV shows, in books, that if they changed their cosmetic appearance, that they would suddenly be loved by everyone. They would be accepted by everyone, that they would be an integral part of the society and community, which isn't true. because that's not why people are loved or accepted by their community and individuals. It's about you being you. That's what makes you attractive and desirable and part of your community. You being a whole, mostly unbroken individual. I'm not saying everyone's perfect. We're not. We all have flaws and defects, but most of us aren't broken. And we can relate to other individuals. We interact with individuals. We interact with our society to the best of our ability. And normally that's a positive. And that is how we find loved ones. That's how we get to enjoy a society and live a prosperous, mostly prosperous life. This individual didn't get that. Again, the FBI covered up some of the information here to protect individuals. And we don't know, or at least in my review of this document the first time, I didn't notice them whether this was a unrequited love, that they were in love with someone and that person was not reciprocating to them. And we don't know if that's before, but presumably by the date, it's after they had their cosmetic surgeries. So even with the cosmetic changes that society has been telling tens of thousands, an entire generation of kids, that if you have these cosmetic changes, you will be loved. Others will want you and you will be desired. Well, this trans individual found that wasn't true. Apparently, that they were seeking love, not that they had attained it. Even though they did what they were told, the blind affirmation was there. People said, yes, 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 have the surgery, change your life, change your outward appearance. Don't change the internal you, change the external you, and then you'll be loved. And they weren't. And they didn't get what they were promised. And this person became more bitter and more broken, which led to the unfathomable devastation that they unleashed. This person hates life itself, as we see in some of these pages. They hurt and they hate life. And this is a recurring theme. They want love, but they are heartbroken. It seems to be an unrequited love, and they are in pain because they feel unloved, because the promise that was made to them did not happen. They were not accepted. And they believe this because, in part, because of their outward appearance, but it's all internal. They were wallowing in this darkness and being broken rather than trying to fix that. And they fixed the cosmetics, the way they looked, the way others would see them, not how they saw themselves. And of course, there's the whole thing about autism, and autism had nothing to do with this. Being trans probably had almost nothing to do with this. This is about someone who was broken. That's what the shooting was about. Someone who was absolutely broken. And we failed as a society, as that community in Nashville. They failed to be able to see the problem and try to help. To get this person the help they needed, not the appearance of help that was offered. The blind affirmation that just gave an empty promise of, this will fix all your problems. It's like, you take this pill. Here's a pill and it will fix all your problems. No, it won't. It's no different than the promise of drugs. Your life will be better. You won't care. You'll feel great. No, you won't. That's a temporary Band-Aid on the problems that you have. And most people who have addiction, when I've talked to people and I've read about it, most people who have addictions, they often say they're chasing that temporary high, that temporary forgetfulness of what their reality was, that something was broken in them, something was missing in them, and they use that drug, they use that action to fill that void, or more importantly, to Band-Aid that void in their life, rather than deal with it directly. And the people who recover from addiction, at least the ones that I've talked to, their answer is once they actually address that void in their life, once they try to fix that hole in them, that thing that is missing, that thing they think is broken, once they deal with that, then they could end their addiction. Then they became recovering individuals. Not before. At least that's the ones I've talked to. Others may say, well, Mike, no, there's a different process. There's a different thing to that. But that's the experience I've had in talking to many addicts of many types, alcohol and drugs and other broken individuals in the last 57 years of my life. This is the recurring thing I hear. But notice, this individual keeps saying, I have to end themselves, that they're seeking a way to end. They are fixated on ending. And that's a problem. And their fixation is focused on inflicting pain. And I'll skip a bunch of this because it's a repeat of how badly they feel over and over and over again. And I want to get to, this is page 109 out of 112. And it says, I have to kill so that I can be remembered. You're not. This is a footnote in history, current history, not even national history, not history of the world. This is a footnote. And the mainstream media is part of making sure that we forget. They've moved on to other stories. All of the organizations pushing the trans agenda, they've moved on. The advocates with blind affirmation, they've moved on. The people who oppose all of that have moved on. Again, like most mass shooters, you're not getting what you want. They want to be remembered. You're not. They want to be idolized. You're not. They want to be memorialized or pitied or some emotion about them continuing. It isn't. Same thing with George Floyd. The emotion, gone. Some people still remember George Floyd. Almost no one does. Jordan Neely. No one, very few continue to remember his name. And not everyone I'm mentioning right now is someone who inflicted self-harm or caused harm against themselves. Some of their actions did lead to their ultimate demise, but it's always the same thing. Those who are seeking glory through doing something evil are not remembered. Almost never. And neither is this trans shooter from Tennessee. There is no glory. There is no memorial. There's no memory of them. The actions, that'll last longer. People will remember the insanity and the evil, not the person who did it. So this broken individual got nothing. They achieved nothing that they wanted to achieve. They're a footnote in a minor current history story, and the world has moved on from them. They are not going to be remembered. The one thing they thought, oh, well, maybe that will make it worthwhile. It's not worthwhile at all. You achieved nothing. And those who are broken and thinking, well, maybe they should copycat or do that, you won't be remembered. No more than any of the other names that I mentioned earlier on this program. You don't remember who those people are. You may, if I mentioned the shooting, that the place that they took their acts of evil, you may remember that. You might. Depending on how long it's been, you may not even remember that. But their names are footnotes in research that most people will never remember. Most people do not care, do not pity them, do not miss them. So they achieve nothing. Just an act of evil, random, misplaced, misdirected evil. Could this trans shooter, could they have been, how can I say? Maybe they could have had a better life, a more full life, a more complete life, had they not taken these actions. Had they tried to fix them, the internal, who they were first, rather than the blind affirmation, the cosmetic surgeries, the visual appearances of being whole and complete. If they weren't focused on that, maybe they could have helped themselves. Maybe if they sought out people to get help from, rather than wallowing in the darkness in their own broken selves, maybe there would have been a better outcome. Maybe they could have had a better life. Maybe they could have done something that truly would have been memorable instead of being vile and despicable. And again, it doesn't matter if they're trans, whatever gender, whatever color, whatever nationality. None of the rest of that stuff matters. Maybe they could have done something with their lives that we'd all respect, and it would be worthy of memory. They could have, maybe. And that's the thing that I hope, if this reaches that one person who has been failed by the promises of blind affirmation, that has been failed the promise that if they change their cosmetics, this permanent surgeries and life-changing actions, and perhaps you pause and don't do that and work on yourself, maybe you'll have a better outcome. Or maybe it's after you've done that and you still need help. You still need to be fixed, because what really needed to be fixed was internal. Maybe this will help you reach out. Maybe none of that applies to you and you just happen to be a broken person. You don't have the question of identity. You don't have the question of gender or preferences or color. You don't have, or ethnicity or religion. You don't have those problems, but you're still broken. You still don't feel right. Then reach out. Reach out for help. Reach people. There are hotlines that are on 24/7 every day. Every day. These hotlines are available to help you. You know, at the beginning, for years, from 2020 moving forward for about 4 years, every show we had the suicide hotline, the domestic abuse hotline, the substance abuse hotline available. Right now you can go onto Google, onto Yahoo, any of the search engines, DuckDuckGo, and you can find instant contacts to help groups for whatever it is you feel like you are going through. You have a problem with addiction, you have a problems with your marriage, you have a problem with the way you view yourself. There are people who are willing to help you. And they're there 24 hours a day. You have a phone, you're probably watching this on your cell phone. Maybe your computer, your laptop, your TV. You have access right now to get help. And you should. There's no reason that you should suffer more than you have to. There's no reason for you to suffer if you can be helped, if it can be fixed. And overwhelmingly, it can. It may take time. It may be difficult. It may be, you may have to put in a lot of effort. But overwhelmingly, people can fix the problems in their life. It's challenging, no doubt. But everyone is challenged. There is no perfect person walking around. There's no perfect person in movies or internet and TV and singing. And name your neighbors. No one is perfect. Everyone is facing challenges in their life pretty much every day of their life. You may not see it. Doesn't mean it's not happening. When I was homeless, most people didn't know all the signs that I had that were saying Mike is homeless at this time in his life, which is why I'm an advocate for homelessness, because I went from being homeless to owning a home eventually. I had to rebuild my life, but I eventually was able to own a home. I've lost that home, but guess what? Life has its ups and its downs. You don't know that because you're watching me in a video. There are many people who are watching this and have never seen me before and didn't know, oh my God, he's been homeless? Yes. Yes, I was. And I survived. He owned a home? Yes, I did. For 20 years. So, yes, life happens to us all. We have ups and downs. I've been rich. I've been abject poor. I've been in between. I've owned businesses. I've had them fail. I've had them succeed. Like anyone, we've all had challenges. Been in relationships, had them break up. Everyone goes through these things. And it always feels like you're the only one suffering the negative things at any given moment. Because you're living that life. You're living that moment. But the moment passes. Every time. It passes. All of the bad things in life tend to only be a low in the roller coaster before you rise up to a high in the roller coaster that is life. And you will go up and down those highs and lows many times. Many, many times. The roller coaster of life is never flat for anyone ever. When you have problems, seek solutions. Those solutions don't involve harming innocent others. Never. That is never a solution. It will never provide you the answers that you want. It will never make you feel better. It will never grant you your dream of you want to be immortal or remembered forever. You won't be. You won't. Instead, look at the positive. How can you help yourself? How can others help you? How can you then share that help with others? You can enrich your life and others' lives. That's why I talk about being homeless. To help inspire, hopefully that one person, if I can, or dozens, if at all possible, to help them to realize that, is it a struggle? Absolutely. Can you overcome that problem? Absolutely. Will it be difficult? Sure. Painful? Maybe. Difficult? Guaranteed. Can you do it? Yes. Overwhelmingly? Yes. I'm not saying that because of blind affirmation. I'm saying it because of experience, because I did it. And I am not the most exceptional human being that has ever existed. And if I could do that for my life, I'm damn sure you can do it in yours. I can't say that's true of I can't speak to internal conflicts in the mind. I can't speak to what others feel. And I'm not trying to. But I am giving you an alternative. Because I have to believe, from my experience and the experiences of so many that I've known, the answer isn't self-deletion. The answer isn't harming others, harming innocents. That's never the answer. It never achieves the goal, whatever your goal might be. They always fail. You gain nothing. If you're religious, and pretty much every religion agrees on this, every religion agrees that if you're religious at all, going in the same manner, taking on the same actions as the Tennessee trans shooter will damn you to hell. If you're not religious, it leaves you nothing. You're just empty. You'll be forgotten. I don't want that for anyone. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. We got the 112 pages of the Tennessee Shooter Manifesto. Is it worth reading, even in cursory review? Kind of. If you're looking at it for how can I help someone? If I see these things in someone, that someone is broken in this way, that they're fixated on self-deletion, that they're fixated on harming themselves and others. Yes, if that helps you identify that and help people, then it's probably worth it. If you're looking at it for politics, skip it. It's old political news. The majority of the American public have forgotten about it. Not worth retreading just for some clicks and clickbait. It's not worth it. If you're looking for politics, skip it. There's other political issues more pressing and more important for the American people. We have, again, tens of thousands, an entire generation that we may have completely screwed up. Let's focus on fixing them. Let's focus on making sure that if we got it wrong, even for 1%, that 1% will not be left on their own. They won't be ostracized. They won't be in pain. That we'll give them some kind of solution as best as we can. I know someone's going to say, but Mike, you just don't like trans people. See, that's not true. That's not true. This isn't about not like, I know many trans people. I've known many trans people. Before it was popular to know trans people, I knew dozens of trans people. I don't care. That's their life. They're grown adults, every one of them that I've known. Grown adults, they can live their life however they want, doesn't harm others, then I don't care. Do what you do. That's on you. That's your closed doors. Do what you're doing and live your life happy. Don't harm anyone. Don't harm children. I don't care. No, it's not that. I don't like the trans political movement that wants to mandate blind affirmation, that wants to put a bunch of band-aids over some individuals who have deep problems internally and promise them that you put on this cosmetic change and your life will be better. That's just a lie. That doesn't happen. That's what I don't like. That's what I'm against. I just had to get this off my chest. I just need to share this with you. And again, I don't know if I'll talk about it on Sunday. If people want to talk about it in the chat, bring it up and ask me questions. I'll be happy to talk about it on the Sunday live stream at that point for sure. If not, maybe it comes up somewhere in the future. Maybe it doesn't. But I can tell you this. Hiding the manuscript was purely political. It wasn't about helping anyone. It wasn't to benefit anyone. It was there to benefit politics. And that is a disservice to our nation because it hid from everyone a certain reality, a clear reality. Making cosmetic changes don't fix deep internal problems. It's not a solution. And you can make the equivalent, and it's not a great equivalent, but saying, the universal basic income, UBI. UBI doesn't make poor people middle class or stop them from being poor. It doesn't work. Minimum wage doesn't help poor people. That's the data. That's the information. We know this for a fact. Legalizing drugs doesn't stop drug use. And ignoring what's happening with the trans community, the individuals, not the politics, but the individuals, doesn't help. When someone is hurt, telling them change the cosmetics and life will be perfect is one of the worst lies you could possibly tell them. I don't have a lot of answers. I hope what I'm saying gets through, makes sense. Let me say again. If you're fixated on ending things, don't. Reach out to the suicide hotline. If you're looking to harm others because of the pain you feel, don't. Reach out to others. If you have issues, especially if they're dealing with substances and addiction, reach out to others. We are communal beings. We do best when we are integrating ourselves in our society, and our society, our community is able to work with us. That means you have to reach out. And I know that means you'll be vulnerable. We all are. May not seem like it, but we all are vulnerable every day. And being part of a society helps us deal with those vulnerabilities. Everyone may not realize that every minute of every day, but that's the reality. Even this interaction, just listening to me, is a interaction of community. Hopefully it helps. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, they finally released the manifesto in part. The world didn't change. LGB didn't change. Trans people and the trans political agenda didn't change. There was no reason to hold it off this long. To prevent the community, the society, from identifying and saying, maybe there's something we missed. Maybe in understanding these words, this person who is broken, who is seeking love and not attaining it, that person whose internal was damaged, even as their cosmetic external was changed. Maybe we have to look at something different. Maybe there's another solution. All right, I'm going to end it there. Again, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you, reaching across the world, talking about issues like this and many, many others in politics and other issues. And we look forward to hearing from you through your chat, your super chat, your Rumble rants. We look forward to having a conversation with you. But again, this was something that I just found out about. The mainstream news media has tried to bury this because of politics. And I thought it was something that we should discuss. But let me know what you think. I look forward to seeing the comments. I look forward to seeing you this Sunday. Thank you.
Best and worst snacks for your waist.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey everybody, we're back, and now I have my sound back on. So you should be able to hear me at this moment. Yeah, okay. So thank you for joining us back here at No Sound Bites Allowed. My name is Michael Voss. I am your host. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. It is 5:45 on the dot. We called it just right. And so we're back with you talking about all of these issues that affect all of us everywhere in the world. And I hope that you're finding it to be informative and interesting and useful. You may or may not agree with any particular conclusion, but you know what? Let's have these conversations because we should. I hope to be able to get to 100 people live today. Please do share this. Reach out. Let people see some of this. If you want, you can. You just saw me going over the Tennessee trans shooter and my reaction to the manifesto that was just released on May 29th. We were talking about it a little bit before the break. And then that was my coverage from Friday night when I first found out about it. So that's my raw reaction to the news on that. I wish the mainstream media would actually cover this. I really do. They won't, and it's because of politics. But I think the public could be so much more helped if we actually had an honest conversation. Good, bad, and indifferent, have the conversation, and maybe we resolve one issue that leads to mass shootings and school shootings and unnecessary deaths. Maybe we save one person from becoming a vile and despicable, evil person. Maybe. And that's worth the try, isn't it? I like to think it is. My beard's like growing in. It's itchy right now. All right, so we've been talking about a lot of stuff here today, and I hope you're finding it of interest. And we're going to move on to something a little bit different because we were talking about the school shooting, but let's talk about schools a little bit. I don't know if anyone really heard about this, and I think it's kind of interesting. And then we'll be reaching a little bit later in the program. We'll be talking about the Trump tariffs and how that whole situation is playing out. We'll be talking about PBS and the lawsuit, free speech, and whether or not that deserves your money. We'll be talking a little bit about Andrew Cuomo and the minimum wage in New York and whether or not that's worth buying votes. Should Andrew Cuomo be able to buy your vote with a promise that may not work out the way you think it will? But we'll get to all of those things in just a moment. First, I wanted to address school systems, education. Big issue. And we've seen that the Trump administration has been working towards defunding the Department of Education. Now, this is a temporary fix. It's not permanent. It's not something that's absolute. And that's because so far he's been doing it as the head of the executive branch, as the president through executive order. But that's only temporary. Once Trump is no longer president, at this point, someone can just come back in, flip the switch, and turn on the lights. And the Department of Education will be back in force as much as it always has been. And we've seen that across the nation since roughly 1990 to today, the effect of the Department of Education, national, federal education, has been indoctrination. It has been a failure. The reading comprehension, the mathematical skills of every group of students has gone down. And I know the news media and entertainment, the political organizations, they want to say, well, girls in STEM, we have more girls in STEM, except we're not really teaching anyone about STEM because we're not teaching them to critically think, to read, to write, to be able to do the math. How can you have people in science, technology, engineering, and math if they can't do math, if they can't read? And that's a fundamental problem. And it has only gotten worse the longer that the experiment of a federal education system has been in existence. But there's been lots more indoctrination, tons of indoctrination, especially in the higher education, but even in the lower, in high school and such, we've seen a lot more indoctrination, more of the pushing kids to the left over and over again without having any substance behind it, just because they've been told this is your rote memorization. Just remember this and spit it back for an exam so the unions can make more money, so they can give more money to Democrats, so we can keep this cycle going forever and ever. This is the status quo that Democrats have been pushing, which is why we've seen that they now have to reach out to men because they don't know how to talk to anyone. They don't have any ideas, any substantive ideas that anyone, men or women or anyone else, could actually grab onto and say, yeah, that's why I want to be a Democrat. But the education system has been so problematic, and I'm so happy that we're seeing it defunded, and I wish Congress would get off their butts and actually codify this into law to actually remove the existence of a Department of Education, to stop sending $120 billion of our tax money to a system that has failed our kids, and let the local states do it. Now, going along with that idea of what happens when it goes back to the states, well, we have a couple of things here. And I know there's a bunch of parents that may find this interesting. There's a thing that's called equitable grading. And I think I've covered this in the past before, a few years ago, but it's been around for about 10 years, give or take. And there's pros and there's cons to this story. And of course, you see this primarily in the bluer than blue progressive strongholds across the nation. That would be New York, California, Illinois, Washington State, places like that. And in particular, San Francisco, one of the most progressive counties and cities in America. And they've pretty much screwed up everything. They've failed on almost everything. So equitable grading, before I even go any further, equitable grading is, how do I describe it? Well, actually, the article itself describes it. Oh, wait a minute. Forgot to put my face back on. Okay. Equitable grading is best described, I think we have a quote here. Do I have it highlighted? I thought I did. Nope. Here it is. Equitable grading is where the grade is accurate, meaning it reflects accurately the student's level of the course. It's bias resistant, which means it doesn't have the objective biases that teachers might bring into the classroom inadvertently, and it's motivating. Now, this is, of course, one of the key supporters of equitable grading. And, of course, they're going to give you the best spin on this that they possibly can. And when you look at that, it sounds good. It sounds like something that we should do. And that's part of the reason why several counties in California have taken on equitable grading. And that's why they've had 30,000 grades, and they studied that, and they think that kids are being graded improperly. Now, think about TikTok. Think about the libs of TikTok. How many teachers have we seen on the libs of TikTok where we see teacher after teacher pushing out identity politics, gender politics, intersectionality onto sometimes kindergartners and kids in elementary school, where the teachers are there and they tell you, they are very proud to post how they're trying to indoctrinate kids, that they're changing the kids' minds in terms of politics by introducing ideas the kids don't need to know. Think about all the protests that have happened around the nation where we've seen the progressive left introduce books about LGBT, about the alphabet, where they're putting in graphic novels and novelizations of sex. And it doesn't matter whether it's straight sex, homosexual sex, doesn't matter. They're putting graphic descriptions and graphic pictures and cartoons of these acts. In some cases, even with adults, the maps out there, the minor attracted persons, otherwise known as a pedophile. There's been that whole growth. And we've seen on TikTok, on libs of TikTok especially, where we've seen over and over again, they're telling us the agenda has been to mold these kids. And this is about equity. This is about the progressive movement. So when we hear that equitable grading removes things, well, you have to ask, what is it removing? The concept of it, and there's 2 articles on this, oh, no, wrong way, is that you're going to remove things like homework or being on time or attending classes. Those are no longer things that you would be graded on. Those are not things that would affect your grade. And at first glance, it sounds fantastic. And I've been on back and forth on this issue myself. But I think it's important for parents to hear a little bit more about it, because what's being put out by the news media really is inconsequential. There's not a whole lot of information on this. What they're saying is, well, if we just grade the kids on the test that they take a test and they get a 65, the kid has a 65. If they do no homework, if they don't show up to class, if they show up to class late, if they're disruptive in class, if they avoid answering any questions, they never participate, well, none of that matters. That won't hurt their grade. If they got a 65, they got a 65. But they won't, but all the other things, which are part of that school interaction, well, they don't count. And so it sounds good. It sounds good because, well, my kid got 65. His grade was 65. Makes it simple. And they like to say, well, the kids will be happy because they're getting the grade that they think they should get, because they know if I get a 65, I get a 65. The kids don't care. Now, on the other hand, there's also the part, and this is something that Representative Ro Khanna, who's a Democrat, who I overwhelmingly disagree with on virtually everything, says that he's against this idea. He's against the idea because, quote, giving A's for a kid who gets an 80 and no homework is not equity. It betrays the American dream and every parent who wants more for their kids. Well, see, that's something they didn't include in there. If you look at the earlier, and this is from ABC News, and in ABC News, they say, what if homework, test, attendance, and other factors didn't heavily count towards a student's academic grade? Well, wait a minute. We were told that testing is the thing that affects it. That it's only based on the test, not the attendance, not the homework, not the way that the kid interacts, not what the teacher thinks should be the grade for the student. So if a teacher is all into the progressive movement, they're members of the Democratic Socialists of America as well as a union member, and they say, well, black kids, they speak in Ebonics, so that's okay, which isn't English. Or that black kids get an extra 10% on all of their grades because they're black or Hispanic, or girls get an extra 15 points because they're girls, and we want them in STEM. Well, that's not fair. That's a bias. That has nothing to do with the student. That has to do with politics, but it's in the classroom, and that doesn't help the kids. So if you're taking all that crap out, we would think that would be good. So equitable grading is good. And then you listen to a Democrat who says, no, but they are changing the grade because an A becomes an 80, not a 100% or a 90%. That's no longer that. The curve has been put in. That's a problem. And maybe you should be judging the homework to know if the kid actually understands what they're doing, rather than many tests are just multiple choice and the kid just guessed the right thing consistently. Or maybe they understand part of the answer but not correct, and they don't know, and you can see that they make mistakes along the way that get them to the right answer, but it's the wrong process and it won't work consistently. Or maybe in the writing, if you were to read their homework, you can see the kid's having trouble writing. Is it because they need glasses? Is it because they have dyslexia? Is it because they don't know the words that they're trying to write? And this is important because we've covered on this channel before that currently there is a lawsuit in Connecticut, another very progressive state, where some of the graduates of Hartford High School are suing Hartford High School because they're illiterate. They graduated, they got a degree, but they're illiterate. Why did they pass? Because the Department of Education didn't care. Because they scored well enough on the test, multiple choice, and they got pushed through the system. They just got passed on through. Because the school gets money from the federal government based on the number of kids that pass through each grade, not whether or not they can read and write. not whether they have comprehension or they can critically think. They just get paid, they get grants based on the number of kids that go through grade after grade and graduation. So they don't care. The unions don't care. They get more money the more kids that pass through the system. And therefore, they give more money to Democrats who keep the system alive. This is one of the reasons why the Trump administration has been defunding the Department of Education, because that system doesn't work. And we've been seeing the results. It doesn't work. So we're all kind of saying, well, we have to have homework. It is important. Should it be part of the grade? Yeah, I think it should. Should attendance? Probably, because it's not just about being on time. Well, or rather, I should say, it's about making sure that the kid learns a lesson, that participation is important, having responsibilities, being in class on time is something that's important. It's part of being an adult. It's part of society. You can't just show up whenever you want. Your job has hours. You have to show up. You have to perform your job in those hours. You're a small business owner. You still have to open your store, start your business on set schedules. I do this show 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. And I've been doing that for over 8 years now. Every Sunday, 2:30 p.m. I do the show. It's not a matter of, oh, what am I going to do? Am I give or take a minute on, off? Okay. But I'm not half an hour off. I'm not 1 week, 1 hour behind, 1 week, 45 minutes behind, 1 week, 5 minutes behind. I don't do that. Why? That's my job. My job is I said 2:30. You say 2:31, 2:33. Okay. Reasonable. Forgivable. That's within the margin. But it's not 3 o'clock. It's not 4 p.m. You can't do that. That's not how society works. That's not how business works. That's not how an economy works. So you can see where, yes, I don't want the teacher's political bias being introduced and shoved down the throat of my kids 8 hours a day for 12 years of their life, if not more. No, I don't want that. And I want some flexibility, and they're 5 minutes late or so, maybe that shouldn't bother their grade. It should be important, but it shouldn't necessarily take away grades. But if the kid's cutting school every time he has a class, well, you know what? That should affect their grade, because there's a consequence for their actions, and that's what school is helping to teach. It's social. It's about that social interaction. It's about learning to be an adult. There's a consequence to your actions. And if you're a high schooler and you're cutting your classes, well, if no one's holding you accountable, you grow up, and then you're not going to be able to hold the job. And that's going to negatively impact your life, and because you'll probably be on government aid at that point, it's going to affect the nation. So, yeah, we do want some accountability in these kids. We do want to teach them some of the social norms. So when we get told by the proponents that, don't worry, this is only about the test, well, school isn't just about the test. I mean, I'm glad. Don't teach to the test. Teach to the student, teach the subject, but at the same time, there's more to it than just the test. School isn't just about going in and getting a test, getting a grade. It's about interaction. It's about learning. It's about thinking. So this equitable grading, I'm kind of back and forth on it. I thought it was important, and these are questions that parents should be asking, because they are trying to expand this more and more into more communities. They're starting in the blue states, but they'll try and get it across. And I guarantee you that if Congress does not defund the Department of Education, I mean, completely shuts it down, eliminates it, if they don't do that, we will eventually get a Democrat who will be back in office. And to justify the support of unions, of teachers' unions, to donate to them, they will turn the Department of Education back on. And that will restart this entire failure process that we have been seeing happening for 3 decades now. That's terrifying to me. So we need to get to a solution to this really fast. And I have to say, I looked into it just a little bit more because if you notice I believe it's in this article by ABC News, yes, they mention that 10 years ago, this is something that's been used, and the proponents of equitable grading say that, well, don't worry, it's going to work. And we've been doing this at the San Leandro Unified School District for 10 years. So the experiment, the social experiment, has been in effect for 10 years. So we have results. We can look and see, is equitable teaching, equitable grading, is it better or worse than the current system, which is already bad, which is already a failure? Here's the answer. Now, I went to U.S. News, the San Leandro Unified School District, and this is their overview of the data on the school. And this is recent data. I'm not telling you it's perfect. There may be other sources, but this is the one I found. And you can double check for yourself if there's more up-to-date information. But this is provided by the California government as best as I can tell. And this data, what I want to look at is, what are the test scores? Are the scores up or down? Are they at acceptable levels? They've been doing this for 10 years. So we should see better than national averages. The answer is not really, no. So if you look, the test scores, the proficiency, how good are these kids at reading, writing? How good are they? And we're looking at both the elementary, the middle school, high school, okay? Throughout the entire education system, 12 years of their life. Are they better or worse than what we see across the nation? Well, in the elementary school, kids are about they can do math, basic math, 1 + 1 = 2, 30%. That's miserable. In junior high school, middle school, they're even worse at doing math. That's about 20%. And in high school, as they're about to enter into the world, dealing with adults, getting a job, having to pay bills, 27%. That's how effective, that's how good they are at doing math. 27% for high school students. They've been doing equitable grading for 10 years. Looking at the reading, in elementary school, where they're learning ABC, literally, 38%. Again, in the middle school, it goes down. Again, it goes down. They are worse in middle school than they are at the formative basic building blocks. They take that and somehow they are failing the kids in middle school because they're worse in their proficiency, in their ability, than they are in elementary school. So the teenagers are dropping down, and again, they go from 38% in reading to 34%. How about high school? Well, we get some of the best numbers of the entire batch, and the kids are able to read at 55%. That is miserable. That is disgusting. That is a horrendous number. Half the kids can read proficiently, that they can actually read, that they can actually write, that they can have reading comprehension. 55 tested at or above proficiency. Only half. Slightly more than half. That is horrendous. So, at the end of the day, even if you agree or disagree with Ro Khanna, who is a Democrat, who is a progressive, who I do not agree with, massively, I have to say, they're right. This is a bad idea. And this is spreading through California. It's spreading through progressive cities and states like Washington State, like Chicago and Illinois, Boston. This is going through New York City. This is the idea that's being pushed on out there, equitable grading. Because it sounds great. It's equitable. And progressives love equitable. They love equity, which is not equality, not even close to equality. But they love equity. And it is failing. It is horrible. Demonstrably, I'm showing you the numbers. The number of kids who are ready to go to college. They graduate from high school and they're ready to go to college. They can go in and start taking college classes day one. 24%. 24%. That's abominable. That is failure. That is as bad or worse than the Department of Education. It is another social experiment that has failed our children. So while the equitable, depending on which news source you go to, ABC is being very positive about this, and they're upset with San Francisco because their article is San Francisco Unified, the school district, calls off controversial equitable grading initiative. And Lauren Martinez, who did this article on May 29th, had the opportunity to do what I just did. Look at the data and say, is it working? Is it not? Instead, they're focused on saying, look, this works. Look at the people who are in favor of this. And they're talking about this from the positive, that this works. Really doesn't provide any objective viewpoint of, is it failing? What is the net effect? Is it effective? Is it efficient? Is it better than the current system? You don't get that from ABC News, because ABC News says, hey, this is great for the unions. Unions donate almost exclusively to Democrats. We want Democrats to win in 2026. This is positive news. San Francisco, how dare you not be progressive? How dare you not support Democrats? Go and put in equitable grading. It's a great idea. Go do that. And get the parents, and they're going after the parents to say, you want this in your school, because people are saying positive things about it. They said it's great. It's been going on for 10 years. And it's been around since 2020 in Castro Valley Unified School District. They've been doing it. This is something that you should have in your school because it's progressive. It's equitable. Newsweek says, hey, wait a minute. There is opposition. And there's a big thing. So you're getting at least a bit of the balance on this story that comes from Newsweek is saying, well, there's pros and there's cons to this, mostly pro. They're mostly in favor of it, but they're giving you some of the negatives too, eventually. Notice how far down the negatives were that I had to search before I got to the negative contents where they're saying, it's got some problems. Buried it, but it's there at least if you read through the entire article, which they know you absolutely will not. But it's there. And their article, the title is San Francisco Public Schools Reverse on Grading Equity Plan After Backlash. So they've now said, well, San Francisco was going to do it, but people pushed against it. Well, that's those MAGA people. It's that Donald Trump administration. They're the ones who are stopping your kids from getting grading equity. And you want your kids to have equity, don't you? I mean, you live in California, you live in San Francisco, you want equity, right? That is the implication of the headline, that this is a positive, and it may have some issues, but it's a net positive, so you may want to consider it. And it's the bad people who are taking this away from your kids. At least that's the way the wording approaches me. Perhaps I'm far too political. Maybe I'm just too much of a Republican. Maybe I'm too much of a conservative. And maybe I'm reading more into the headline than they've intended. But this is about California. This is a left-leaning newspaper, Newsweek. I don't see them as being balanced. They buried the negatives. So I don't see that. But what I do see is when you actually look at the evidence, which most parents don't know exists, don't know that they can find out what's the result, what is the absolute answer. And the answer is it's failed. This is a failed idea. 10 years. 10 years. And high school students have a 27% proficiency in math, a 55% proficiency in reading. That is miserable. 45% of the kids can't read, and they're in high school. Only 24% of the kids can graduate from high school and be ready to go to college. That is failure. Not that every kid must go to college, but they should be capable of doing it. That means they should be able to do math. They should be able to read. They should be able to write. They should have more than just the absolute basics down. They should have some kind of knowledge about the world, about history, about English, about mathematics. They should have science. They should have some understanding, more than the absolute bare minimum basic that allowed them to pass the federal testing requirements. And they're not getting it. Equitable grading at the end of the day, and you'll, again, some of the articles you'll find are very much in favor of, they have a big bias, like ABC News. Some of them are a little bit more mixed, although still a positive bias. That's Newsweek. And then there's the reality. It failed. It is an experiment, a social experiment that has failed demonstrably. There's no reason to do this. Don't let it get into your community. If you don't know about this, you should be double checking with your PTA, with your kids' teachers to find out, is equitable grading in the Bronx or in New York City? Yes. In some schools? Yes. Is it in Boston? Yes. In some schools? Absolutely. Is it in Chicago? In some schools? Yes. Why? These are bluer than blue, progressive and democratic districts. So yes, they're more than happy to copy California and push this progressive agenda onto your kids. And it fails. You know what? You may not like that. I know there's some people who are looking at this, and I know some progressives hate watch the program. Some Democrats watch the program so they can tell me how evil I am. Guess what? The data is saying it doesn't work. Doesn't matter if I'm a Republican, a conservative, doesn't matter. I could be a libertarian. I could be completely independent. And the data is the data. It is failing. For a decade, it fails. You can't tell me they haven't had enough time, they haven't had enough money, that they haven't been able to figure out the quirks. They've been doing this for 10 years, and the kids are not doing well. The kids aren't capable to go into society and be productive. That is failure. If you can't walk into a college classroom after 12 years of the education system with equitable grading, then you have not been prepared to live life in society as an adult. It is a failure. Why are we continuing to fund this? And this relies on tax dollars. Whether it's at the state level or the federal level, this is your tax dollars that are paying for this failure. News media doesn't want to point that out. That's why you didn't see this. ABC did not give you any of the numbers. They didn't tell you, here's the results. This is how it's worked out. It's failed. Because they want to protect the unions. They want to protect the Democrats. They want you to vote Democrat. They want you to feel good. It's equity. You're giving your kids equity. Don't you feel good? Vote Democrat, because those Republicans, they won't give your kid equity. Well, equity results, as we can see, in failure, in a kid who can't survive on their own, a kid dependent on government for the rest of their lives, very likely. So yeah, Republicans aren't going to give you that. And that's a good thing for you and your kid. If there's anyone who disagrees with me on that, I'm happy to hear it. Got other data? I'm happy to look at it. But according to what I can see, the data that I'm presenting to you, the conclusion I get, this doesn't work. Why are we doing it? Stop the experiment. 10 years is half a generation of kids. That's more than enough failure. Stop now. Let's do something different. If that means go back to the old system, fine. Or create a new system. I don't know what the answer is, but it's not continue to do equitable grading. Get rid of it. It doesn't work. Let me move on. So let's talk a little bit about Donald Trump. A little bit about Donald Trump. And you may, again, you're free to disagree or agree. Like Peace Logic, you can make a comment, a super chat, or you can do a super chat or a Rumble rant and tell me, Mike, I agree, I disagree, you don't understand, you haven't looked at all the data, whatever you want to say. I'm happy to hear that because this is a conversation that we're having. And I'm just trying to make sure you have the data you need to at least start to make a decision for yourself. Because obviously, as you can see, you can't trust the mainstream news media. They have an agenda. They're pushing that agenda. They're not giving you the whole truth. They just want you to give you enough information to say yes, to obey, without argument. But they don't want to give you the actual information you need to make an educated, intelligent decision. Along that line, here's the thing, and I saw this a couple of times today, that people are upset that Donald Trump is revoking a temporary work authorization for refugees, aliens, not illegal, legal aliens that were allowed to enter the United States, and some illegals. Under the Biden administration, Biden put out an executive order and allowed immigrants from Venezuela and a few other South American countries to enter into the United States. He allowed about, I think the total number was 750,000, was the total number he was willing to allow to come into America to help them because they were Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, Haitians, Cubans. They were having difficulties, of course. Cuba, horrible country. Haiti, absolutely a hellhole. Blame the Clinton Foundation for that. Venezuela completely collapsed because it's a socialist nation. Completely failed. People are starving to death there. Nicaragua, never been a good country. Massive problem with drugs and gangs there. So he let them in temporarily. It was never meant to be permanent. It was mostly for the Haitians, mostly for Haiti because they had their government dissolved and gangs are taking over their government and gangs are fighting over who's going to control the government in Haiti, which Biden could have stepped in and stopped this because there's 40,000 Americans in Haiti. He could have stopped this to protect those American citizens. Could have done it easily, and we've gone over that before. All it would take is flying a couple of jets. It's 3 hours away. We could have jets there in an hour. From Florida, we could have an hour, maybe two. From Puerto Rico, an hour, maybe two. Have a couple of fighter jets flying overhead saying, if you kill any American citizens, if you harm American citizens because the gangs are fighting, America's going to come in and clear out all the gangs. Haitians can vote for whatever government they want, but all the gangs get eliminated because you're threatening American citizens. He could have made that statement, and by the way, Donald Trump can make that statement as well, and say, finish your war. Do whatever you want. You want the gangs in charge? I don't care. You want to elect whomever you want? I don't care. That's Haitian politics. Has nothing to do with America other than don't harm American citizens. Figure it out one way or another and get this over with. Could have done this. We could have resolved this months ago, but we haven't. And Biden didn't do it. Trump hasn't done it yet. So both are at fault on this because this is resolvable very quickly. The might of the United States, they're in our front yard. Literally, it's 3 hours from Florida to Haiti on a slow plane. You can get from Haiti to America in 3 hours. It is that close. It is in our front yard. We could resolve this. Instead, the UN sent in police from Kenya halfway around the world to go into Haiti to try and get things calmed down. And it hasn't been working. But that's a separate issue. So again, Haiti blew up. So the Biden administration took that as an opportunity to increase the number of migrants, refugees, whichever you want to call them, into America legally to be able to get jobs and be in America temporarily. Here's the key word, temporarily. They were never supposed to be here permanently. They were brought here with a time span, with a lock. Now, Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats never set a time limit. They just said, well, this is a temporary program, because if they didn't say it was temporary, then Congress would have had to vote on it to make that change in the law so that they could be allowed into the United States. But because there's only two ways to deal with this. Either Congress changes the law and then we can permanently increase the number of these aliens, these foreigners, into America, or it's going to be done by Joe Biden as a temporary action, which is within the power of the president, absolutely. And they come in, but they know they're going to leave. Except Democrats never set an exit date. Because, as we heard from Kamala Harris, when she did her interview with ABC News in Pennsylvania, her answer was, Democrats want a path to citizenship and open borders. They want all the illegal aliens to come in, and they want to turn them all into American citizens because they will owe Democrats, and so they will be loyal voters for the Democrats, giving the Democrats power for decades upon decades. That's the plan. That's what Democrats are doing. That's why there was open borders. That's why they made it difficult. That's why they make it difficult now for the Trump administration to deport illegal aliens, because that's their voter base, their future voter base that they have been relying on. They can't get men of any color to stay in the Democratic Party. So they have to replace them. And they got no one to replace them with. So they need to import foreigners into America, make them citizens, and get their votes instead, because they haven't been here long enough to realize that the Democrats are screwing them. So Trump said, it's temporary. Guess what? It's over. It was always meant to be a temporary program. It was supposed to have an end, and he's establishing the end date. They get to go back home. They don't get to keep working and staying in America, period, because they're not our responsibility. We were doing a favor to Venezuela and Haiti and Nicaragua and Cuba. We were doing them a favor by letting in some of their people while those nations were having problems. But these are still their people, and it's still their problem, not America's problem. So yes, since they were here, we also said, you're not going to be here completely free and clear. You have to work. You get to come here, but you have to work. You have to help America. You have to give back. Since we're letting you in legally, and we're allowing you, we've given the permission for you to be in America, you're going to work. And it's not a freebie. You get to work, you get to stay here, but you are going to leave. Except with the Democrats in charge, it's a wink, wink. Yeah, you're gonna leave someday, eventually, maybe. Don't worry about it. And Republicans, especially under the Trump and MAGA, America First, said, no, that means now. You get to go back. It's your country, go fix it. It's your country, go deal with it. Your country is responsible for you. It's your problem, not our problem. We helped you. You now have a bunch of cash that I am sure each and every one of those migrants saved. Absolutely sure they saved money. Why? Because they come from nations where it's very difficult. I don't think they were living in the lap of luxury. I am very confident that they squirreled away some of the money, because that's what tends to happen with migrants who come because of difficulties in their home nations. They tend to send money back home to their families. They tend to save a lot of money. And so they've got, many of them have money, have the opportunity. They've had an opportunity to get educated, to get skills, to increase their wealth. Now they can go back to their home country with those skills, with that wealth, with that confidence. They get to go back home. That shouldn't be a big deal. That shouldn't be headline news. And yet it is. Nope, wrong one. Where is it? Here it is. But yet it is big news. Simon Ateba, who is a African news correspondent, had to come up. He's a White House correspondent. And he came out and he asked the public on X, be brutally honest. Are you happy that the Supreme Court has just allowed President Trump to revoke the temporary legal status of over 500,000 migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela? Now, first of all, the president has the power. He doesn't need SCOTUS. He doesn't need the Supreme Court to give him that power. That's not necessary. What the Supreme Court was looking at is, does he have to do the paperwork that Democrats want so that the Democrats can slow down the paperwork so that they keep these 500 aliens in America? They want to keep them forever because, again, Democrats, as Kamala Harris revealed to us, want a path to citizenship. This is their replacement for white men, black men, people who are leaving the Democratic Party. Their replacement are these foreigners. So they want a path to citizenship. So they want as many foreigners in our country as possible. Again, that's why they had open borders. Simon is asking us, are you okay with this? Of course I am. It's the power of the presidency as defined by the Constitution. That's how Biden got them to come to America in the first place. So yes, I'm perfectly fine with someone saying it's temporary. Simon then came back after asking this question on May 30th. On May 31st, yesterday, he said, to the nearly 7,000 people, which would include me, who responded to his original post and said, kick the people from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela out of America, which I did, and lock the gates. I want a closed border. That's what every country in the world has. Virtually all the countries in the world have closed borders because open borders aren't beneficial to the people. Just ask the European Union. Just ask the no-go zones in Sweden. Just ask the no-go zones in Germany and in France. It's not positive to have open borders without any controls. So yes, we want to have closed borders. What will you say to those who ask, where have your hearts gone? This isn't about heartstrings. This isn't about feelings. First of all, I have no obligation. No one in America, the country, America, has no obligation to Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela. They aren't our territories. They're not our nations. We don't control them as much as Democrats would like to say that we do. We don't. Those are independent nations. We don't have a responsibility to take care of them. That is not our job. That is not our mandate. So that's not a problem. And then he goes on to say, why black and brown people only? Wait a minute. You asked the question. You didn't ask about black and brown people. Did we think this is racist? He's bringing in the issue of, it's racist. This is racist. No, it's not. Why did Joe Biden only invite this to people who are black and brown? He didn't open, when he said he was going to have this emergency order to allow Venezuelans primarily and Haitians secondarily, and then tertiary Nicaraguans and Cubans. When he passed that executive order, why did he only pick black and brown people? Oh, no one asked that question. Why was Joe Biden being racist? Was Kamala Harris being racist when they said, oh, we just want to pick the black and brown people? Oh, no one ever asked that question because it's assumed, no, of course that's not racist. Then why is it racist to let them go back to their country? My response to him, which he didn't respond back to me, Simon Ateba has never responded to me, but my answer was, your first question was only about black and brown people. So don't imply that this is racist after the fact. You are only asking about those 4 countries. It's not racist when we say, if my position is close the border and reduce the number of illegal and legal aliens, people here on refugee status, reduce those numbers, that's not racism. That's economics. I do it because of economics. I do it for national security. I don't want open borders. I don't want people from random countries that are not explicitly beneficial to the United States. It's not our responsibility to take care of these people. I want them to go back to their home country and make it the greatest country that they can. That's not my responsibility. That's the Venezuelans' responsibility. That's Nicaragua's responsibility. That's Haiti's problem. Let them deal with it. So you can't tell me, oh, it's racist. You didn't say it was racist when Biden did it, and it's not racist when we say it's temporary. And that, I believe, is my second point. Well, my other point is, why is it our obligation? Why are you assuming that these black and brown people, as Simon Ateba and many of the left would like to say, is why are you focused on their color of skin? Why are you saying that we have an obligation, that these people can't take care of themselves? That because they're black and brown, we must have an obligation to them? Why are you so dehumanizing to them? I assume that they can do fantastic. They've been in America a couple years. They've gotten more skills. They got to improve their lives. They can now go back and duplicate everything they saw in America and do it in their home country and make their country better than it was. That's what I'm looking at. That's the opportunity that they have. Is that racist? I don't think so. That's opportunist. That's capitalism. That's freedom. I hope they take freedom back to their home country. I hope they take capitalism back to their home country, that they're able to improve their businesses and their ability to trade, to build up corporations, to improve their communities. I hope they can do that. They had the example here in the United States. Take that example back with them to their home country and improve that. It's not my obligation whether they do or do not, and it doesn't matter what color of skin they have. My obligation, the American government and people's obligation, does not change because of someone's skin color. Does not. But they want you to think it is. Because orange man bad. Look at the picture. Orange man bad. They want you to think this is bad. They want you to feel bad. 7,000 of you. Did you actually count? Seriously, Simon Ateba, did you actually count 7,000 people who said, no, throw them out? Or was it that 7,000 people responded and your scan of them said, oh, all of them disagree? I absolutely guarantee you didn't count. And how many people, you say nearly 7,000 people responded and said kick them out. Okay, how many didn't? How many people? Did you have 7,000 in total? Did you have 8,000 people respond? 10,000 people respond? How many said, no, keep them? And why did they say keep them? Did they say keep them because they're black and brown people? Are they racist? See, I hate this dishonesty from news media. And Simon Ateba sometimes is very good in his reporting. And some of his questions and some of the issues he covers are very good. But I want you to think about what these, whether it's me or any other member of the press, consider what they're saying. There is an agenda here. And that agenda is open the borders. America can take care of everyone. No, we can't. You can't save everyone. I mean, it's sad. Wish it were different. But the fact is, we can't save everyone. We can't fix every problem. Democrats throwing money at every issue will not fix every issue. It's just not real. It's not realistic and it's not real. An orange man bad isn't the answer to every problem in America. The cause of every problem in America isn't orange man bad. These people here were temporary. They had no expectation to be here permanently. Democrats had an expectation because they want to use them to get political power. But they were never promised that. They were told it was temporary, which means it could end at any point in time. It is a presidential decree. Therefore, any president at any moment can change their mind and say, get out my country. And Donald Trump did. Nothing was done that was unauthorized or improper. It's not illegal. Democrats don't like it because that takes away from their agenda. Their agenda is gaining more power. I don't care. I'm not in favor of Democrats gaining more power, especially by not having a second class of citizens that are essentially slaves to the system, slaves to Democrats, and they have no choice. They have no options. I don't agree with that. Maybe if there's people who are Democrats who are watching this, progressives who are watching this and go, Mike, you just don't understand. Because, again, that's always their answer. You just don't understand. Okay, what don't I understand? Were they temporary? Yes. Was it racist to bring them in? No? Okay, then it's not racist to send them out. It's not since they're temporary, it's not wrong to send them back home. They have more capabilities now than when they showed up. What's the problem? Oh, but it's Orange Man bad. No, it's not. We have more than 500,000 kids in America who are hungry. We have more than 500,000 members of veterans who are homeless and have mental issues in America. We have more than enough problems in America to deal with first. We help those who need help. I have no problem. We help them. Great. We didn't need to. We already have enough problems in our own country, but we help them. Now they're fine. They're better off now than they were when they showed up. Go back. We have other problems to deal with. We have other priorities. News media don't want you to think like that. They don't want you to have these conversations. They really don't. Okay, let me move on to Andrew Cuomo. Talking about Democrats that are trying to abuse you, that are trying to take advantage of you, that are trying to use you. Andrew Cuomo. He's trying to sell himself on the idea that you don't remember what he did. And the mainstream news media is more than happy to forget what Andrew Cuomo did. Andrew Cuomo was pushing out small business owners, conservatives, Republicans from New York State. Oh, he didn't like you because you believed in God. He didn't like you because you believe in your Second Amendment rights, guaranteed by the Constitution. He doesn't like that right. And he wanted you to get out of New York. That was in 2014 he was saying that. Get out. That he wanted to have a progressive capital, that he's all in on progressivism. He wanted New York to be the progressive capital of America, not just the East Coast, but of America, to replace California. By the way, how's progressivism working in California? They are more in debt than most countries' GDP. That's how good it is. People are leaving California. The only place that people are leaving more than California are New York. Because it's that bad. It's that bad for business. It's that bad for people. Crime, horrible. And of course, California has people roving across their cities, defecating on the streets. It's actually a government job in California for someone to clean up human feces from the streets. They actually pay people to just pick up human poop. And Andrew Cuomo's like, I want to do that here in New York. Why did Cuomo not get to do that? Oh, I remember, because Cuomo is a disgrace. He was disowned by the Democrats and was disgraced and resigned in disgrace with multiple scandals, considering he was alleged to be corrupt, and got rid of the Moreland Commission before we could find out exactly how corrupt he was, because everyone surrounding him was indicted on corruption charges. He failed New York. He wasted taxpayer money on creating a movie studio that was later sold for $1 Spent over $1 million building a movie studio so he could try and convince Californians that they want to be in New York instead, and that you could make movies in New York just like you could in California, which everyone said, we're already making the movies in California. Why would we go to New York to do the same thing under the same rules? No reason. New York doesn't have as nice weather as California does, to be honest. And so no one came. He wound up selling that movie studio, which cost taxpayers over $1 million. He sold it for $1. $1. That's a $999,000 loss to taxpayers. He built the drone testing center, which also we spent over $250 million, not millions. $250 million went into the drone testing site, which is up in Utica, New York, and in Oneida County. And guess what? Complete failure. He said, oh, well, this is going to bring in drone testing jobs in America. New York State was never selected. There is no drone testing for the nation. That is a waste of money. We wasted $250 million on that. Supposed to bring in 80,000 jobs. When I actually reviewed that, about 5 years after we had built it, it created 11 jobs. 11. It's a waste of money and time. It's empty. He also, Andrew Cuomo, is responsible for the 16,000 Americans that died because of his policies. 16,000. And then he covered up those deaths. He changed the numbers, literally just changed the numbers so no one would notice how many people died after his policies led to their death in nursing homes. We know this because his secretary, talking to the Democratic leadership of New York, the elected officials of New York, all the Democrats, were on a conference call with his secretary where she admitted to them that he, in fact, covered this up, that they changed the numbers to avoid the government, the federal government, from finding out and investigating them. That's corrupt. But the thing that finally was the answer, the thing that got him kicked out, was the Me Too movement. 7 alleged sexual assault claims were against Andrew Cuomo. Letitia James, a Democrat, the Democratic Attorney General for the state, did an investigation independently. This is the left investigating the left. Don't blame Republicans on this. We had nothing to do with any of these things. We had no power to affect any of these things. And what happened? Letitia James came back and said, you know what? It's not 7. He did not commit 7 sexual assaults. He committed 11. Yeah, there was more than what we originally thought. The original charges against him were increased almost by 50%, about 40% more of his criminality than what was initially expected. And Democrats let him walk away. They said, just resign, keep the $25 million in donations you had gotten from Democrats, and just walk away. Walk away, because we don't want this to affect the 2020 election. We want Joe Biden to win. So he walked away. And we got Kathy Hochul instead. Another massive, massive mistake. And now he's trying to run for mayor, and he hopes no one remembers anything that I've just mentioned. You should. Now, you can vote for, I'm not telling you, don't vote for Andrew Cuomo. I'm telling you, I won't vote for Andrew Cuomo because of all of those reasons. And every one of those are documented facts. It's not an if, it's not a political ideology. These are facts. New York State, whether you want to look left or right, this has been reported on repeatedly for a decade. These are facts. We've shown it on this program over and over again. You can look back in our coverage. We have all the sources listed. These are facts. Doesn't matter what my political ideology is. That's what he did. You can vote for him if you want, but don't believe this crap in this commercial that he's pushing out there that assumes you're too stupid to know the truth. That's aggravating, a 14-second ad. But something else that got my attention. The Bronx Borough President thinks you're stupid too. The Bronx Borough President thinks you have no memory whatsoever. He's like, no, you've got to vote for Andrew Cuomo because he's fantastic. He's great. New York needs Andrew Cuomo. He completely forgets everything that I've just identified, every problem that I just pointed out, these problems that have continued to negatively impact New York City and New York State long after Cuomo left are still hurting us. And the Bronx Borough President's like, no, but it's all good. It's all good. Vote blue. Vote blue no matter who. Don't think about it. It's Andrew Cuomo. Do it. You know what? My answer to him was very clear. Neither of these candidates, the Bronx Borough President, who's a Democrat, and Andrew Cuomo, another Democrat, they're not offering anything different than what Democrats have been offering New York State for the last 20 years. They're not offering, and you see the same thing in California, same thing in Illinois, same thing in Boston, in Massachusetts, same thing in Connecticut and New Jersey. You're not getting offered anything new by the Democrats. They have no ideas. The only plan that they have is throw money at the problem. That's it. They're going to throw money to their donors, to the unions and to their donors, and that's it. That's their answer to every problem. And the cause of every problem currently is Orange Man Bad. So the problem is universally Orange Man Bad, and the answer is throw money at our donors. That's it. That's what Andrew Cuomo is offering. That's what the Bronx Borough President is offering. That's what the mayor of Chicago is offering. That's what the governor of California, Newsom, and Whitmer, and Illinois, Pritzker, and Boston, that's Mayor Wu. That's what they're offering. Throw money at the problem at their donors so that they will get kickbacks to their campaigns and maintain Democrat power. But they offer no solution whatsoever. I don't know why people vote for these guys. Because they have fancy ads. Because they have a lot of money to put out in ads to say, vote for us, and no one else exists. And here's the thing that gets me the most. The news media doesn't recognize anyone else exists. The news media doesn't talk about anyone else. Look, you don't have to like Curtis Sliwa. I've had a chance to cover Curtis Sliwa 4 times now. I got to speak with him and interview directly one-on-one, as I showed everyone, 2 weeks ago? News media won't show up. They won't talk about the issues he brought up. Andrew Cuomo won't talk about the lithium plants in residential neighborhoods in New York. No Democrat will. They're like, oh, well, there's Mondami. He might be interesting. He is insane. Here's where it gets really crazy. Cuomo knows that there are more than enough people in New York State and in New York City who do remember that he killed 16,000 people, that do remember that he committed 11 acts of sexual assault, that there are a lot of people who remember, why did that business close? Why did I lose my job? Because Andrew Cuomo told the owner of that business, get out the state because you're a Republican, because you believe in the Second Amendment, because you might be religious. That's why people have lost their jobs. That's why things are more expensive across all of New York State. Because those were the foundational building blocks that Andrew Cuomo wanted put in place on his path to try and make New York California. And no one wants to be in California. No one wants to be in California. The family of Gavin Newsom, his own, I believe it's his brother-in-law, left California to go to Texas. Nobody wants to be in California. And no one wants to be in New York. I guess Andrew Cuomo succeeded in that. But to make up for that, and this is the part that really will get people interested, is minimum wage. Minimum wage, which we have covered on this program many times now, many times as it has come up since 2018, possibly 2017. We've been covering the minimum wage, the $15 minimum wage, the $20 minimum wage, the $25 living wage, the $50 minimum wage. This has been offered by Barbara Lee and progressives all across the country and in New York over and over again. And sometimes the progressives have won. And we saw it in Seattle, in California, in New York City, in Manhattan, and New York State. We've seen that they won. And they got their $15 an hour minimum wage. What happened? More poor people. The net result is the number of poor people, the poverty rate, like in California, increased. The number of, I'm not saying that people didn't make more money. Some people did. The people who got to keep their jobs, yes, they made about 3% more money. 3%. I covered this with the Liberty First Foundation on Wednesday. I actually had ChatGPT do the numbers for me. It's not even, don't believe me because I'm a Republican. You can go and do this on ChatGPT yourself. You can have the AI do the math, and the AI is absolutely going to bring up every left-leaning source they can, and they'll tell you, well, there's a promise that that minimum wage, $20, is going to be great. There's a promise out there that it's going to be successful. There's a promise that it's going to actually work. But what does the real data? Because this has happened. So the promises don't matter anymore. I don't care what promise you were given. What is the reality? And the reality that we know for sure, based on the data in Seattle, in Washington State, in California, in New York, the data has told us exactly what I promised and predicted would happen before that. The same thing that the Congressional Budget Office, the CBO, told us 3 times in a row what was going to happen. There are more poor people, and the price of everything increased, and it didn't help anyone. It made more poor people, and it made the poor people more poor. Why? How did that happen? Again, you can ask this of ChatGPT. And the answer, the thing you need to ask them, because there's no data that they're going to show you that says, oh, in 2025, the net number is, they're not going to give you an article because no one in the news media is willing to do that article. The answer is, okay, did the number of hours, well, first of all, how much did poor people getting the minimum wage, because poor people are predominantly the only ones who get minimum wage. You're either children, and this is your first job, or you're over 65 and it's your last job. Almost all. There's only about 3% of working Americans that get minimum wage. Something that a lot of people don't remember, don't realize. All the fight about minimum wage, that's 3%. There's only 3% who get minimum wage in the country to start with. But for those 3%, of those people, how much did their pay go up? They got $15 an hour. How much did they make? 3% more money than they were making before. 3% more than what they were getting paid before. That's ridiculous. That's not even the cost of living. That's not even inflation. 3%. 3. And here's the other part that you should ask ChatGPT. Don't have to take my word for it. Go ahead. Type it in yourself. How much did their hours, the same poor people, how much did their hours go down? In fact, the way I asked it is, did their hours increase or decrease? The poor people who got minimum wage, did their hours increase or decrease? And the answer from ChatGPT, which you can find for yourself, is that their hours went down by 9%. 9% less work for 3% more pay. The next question that you should ask, unless you got equitable grading, unless you were taught equitable grading, the next thing that you should ask is, does that mean they made money or did they lose money? I know we've been promised that if you got the $15 minimum wage, you were going to make money, that you would be richer, that you would be able to afford things. The actual answer is no. If you get a 3% increase in your pay and you have 9% less work, you lost money. You net took a loss. You're not gaining anything, which is exactly what the Congressional Budget Office has said 4 times. 4 times. 3 times in a row, and then a 4th time they were asked. We already knew what the answer was going to be. Poor people became more poor, and there are more poor people than there were before they did the minimum wage increase. That's the reality. Now, given that history, which is documented, we've got this on our program, we've gone over it before, we've shown people the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office reports on this, we've gone through the numbers on this, we've tracked the hiring and firings, and we've gone through that. We've got that in, I've done dozens of videos on that. You can look them up yourself. So now Andrew Cuomo is offering $20 an hour for a minimum wage in New York City. By the way, in 2017, he said no. He's flipped now. When he was governor, this wonderful person that the Bronx Borough president is saying, he's so great, we've got to have him. In 2017, he told the same progressives, the same Democrats, you can't have a $20 an hour minimum wage. He was against that. And he got a $15 minimum wage instead. So he now changed his mind. What was bad in 2017 is great in 2020 because now in 2020, he needs the votes. But we know that this hurt businesses in New York State. This hurt poor people in New York State. It's hurt poor people in California. California increased their, not just to $15, but California went to $20 for their minimum wage. 10,000 people lost their jobs. People are making less. They got their hours cut, and 10,000 people lost their jobs, and things are more expensive in California. Poor people became more poor. We have a real-world example with real-world data. So he's saying, oh, but in New York, we'll make it $20 and you'll be able to pay your rent. No, you won't. Because the same thing that happened in California, same thing that happened in Washington State, is the same thing that has already happened in New York State is going to happen in New York City again. Poor people will become more poor. They will have less money, and they will work less. They're going to lose. But Andrew Cuomo will get their vote because they will think until they get their paycheck. They're going to be thinking right up until they get that paycheck and do the math. They're going to think, I made money. I'm making $20 an hour. I'm making more money than I was before. And then they will look at their paycheck and they will see that they make less money. Because they're going to work less hours. They're going to get fired. They're going to be dependent on the government. And the government's going to choose when and where and how they live and work and what they can eat. Andrew Cuomo will have power. This is not the solution maker for New York. This isn't the guy who deals with a crisis. He creates a worse crisis. Now, you look at the news media on this, and they're going to avoid telling you any of this. Everything I have gone over, they won't mention. You're not going to hear about the sexual assaults. You're not going to hear about the 16,000 people that died. You're not going to hear about how this has failed in every state that it has been done in. They're not going to tell you about how this does not work. It didn't work in New York State. It doesn't work anywhere else. And he's going to do it in New York City. And it's not going to work there either. They don't want to go over that with you because they want you to vote Democrat. They want you to vote for Andrew Cuomo because he has a bunch of money. And other Democrats want that money. They want to get reelected. And they want to have a lot of money. They're using you. And I want people to share this. Share this with people you know in New York City. Share it with people in New York State. Share it with people in California, Washington, Illinois, in Massachusetts, in Connecticut, in New Jersey. Share it with these people because I guarantee you that if Andrew Cuomo wins the primary because he offered $20 an hour, and by the way, he's not the top dollar because Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, and you know how good Democratic socialists are, look up history and see all the Democratic socialists you get. You'll get 1930s Germans, 1930s Italians. That'll tell you something about Democratic socialists. Also, you'll get Russians. You'll also, the former Russian government, you'll get the current North Korean government. Those are your Democratic socialists. He's a Democratic socialist, and he wants a $30 minimum wage, which is more of the same. Neither of them have any clue about economics. Neither of them have bothered to pay attention to the facts that exist. Again, if I, one man, can go in and ask ChatGPT and get the data, get the raw, actual data, the proof that I presented on the Wednesday roundtable, that I've made public, if I can get the data, they have the data. They know the numbers. They know it doesn't work. So both Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo don't care. They just think the big number will guarantee the vote so that they can win because they're lying to the public. They're selling a pipe dream and they know it is a nightmare. I think that's evil. By the way, here's my short clip of me providing, I'm not sure how long this one is. I'm going to play it real quick. This is the Chat GPT. Matter of fact, I won't play it. It's a short clip. It's like a minute long. But I published it. This is the short version, 1 minute clip of me with Chat GPT, with the evidence saying it doesn't work. They're counting on the mainstream news media will not do the homework. There are 10,000 employees of ABC, CBS, NBC each. There's thousands of employees of the New York Times, of the Gothamist, of the Daily News, of the Daily Post. There are in each of these institutions, the national desk of CNN, MSNBC. They're all in New York. They're all in New York City. Their employees, their workers are in every single borough. Not one of them is doing the research that I did. One man. I did this by myself with ChatGPT. It took about half an hour to 45 minutes, and I was able to find the real data and confirm again, as I have throughout the years, that this will not work. And the news media, with all the resources and all the people, they make tens of millions of dollars. I am in poverty. They make tens of millions of dollars, and they will not tell the public what I found out in 45 minutes. Fact. Documented fact. That is why I'm upset. And you should be too. Share that. Clip that part and share it with your friends. They really should know. Because this is happening, again, it's happening across the country. The same promise, let me switch this up. The same promise that is being made by Andrew Cuomo and Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialists, they're making this promise, AOC, Andrew Yang, all of them, they're making this promise across the country. And right now, they've been doing it, this experiment, in the progressive big centers of the nation. California, Chicago, Boston, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, Seattle. Yeah, but it's spreading because it sounds nice. And the news media isn't showing anyone the evidence. No one's doing the math. No one is getting the truth. The public isn't getting told the reality. All they're getting is sold this pipe dream. And that's very upsetting to me. Because regardless of your politics, you should all be able to do the math. You should all be able to do the research. And you should all be able to say, why are you lying to me? It doesn't work. All right, let me move on. Sometimes I hate the mainstream news media. And mind you, this is the approved message. The approved message from the mainstream news media is that $20, $30 minimum wage, it works, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, vote Democrat. Orange man bad, MAGA bad, vote Democrat. That's all they want you to think about. That it's so evil. It's so evil because they know better. They know better. Slightly different topic. Let's talk about President Trump again. Let's talk a little bit more about Trump. PBS came out this week, Friday, and decided they want to sue the Trump administration. PBS is funded in part by the federal government. They're saying it's them and NPR have both been had their federal funding cut. They're saying it's First Amendment, that Donald Trump has removed their right to free speech. My question to you is, how? There is nothing in the Constitution, there is nothing in the amendments, there is no law that obligates the federal government to use your tax money to give it to any company. There is no obligation. There is no, we must pay for PBS. No, you don't. We must pay for NPR. No, you don't. We have, because in the past, in the 1950s, in the 1960s, not everyone had the ability to afford cable or to even afford a TV. So to help people and to help these businesses start in the 50s and in the 60s, to help them to have the supplies to be able to reach the public with things that are not very interesting. I mean, let's be honest. You could watch Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, which I loved. Fantastic. Or Electric Company or Sesame Street. All fantastic. By the way, all of that is now considered adult programming. Yeah. They actually made the early years, the 1960s, 70s, 80s versions, episodes of Sesame Street. They're actually considered adult programming. They don't recommend it for children anymore. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. But that being said, there's no obligation. We did it because we're a great country. We're very generous. And we could. And we wanted to help promote these programs when people didn't have the ability to access these things whenever we wanted to. And so we needed some way that, we have limited time and they have to compete against ABC, CBS, NBC. And they're really targeting children. They're targeting science. They're targeting the things that are not sexy and fun, like soap operas. No, but people should be able to expand their minds to get extra education. Kids should be able to get education that they're not getting in schools, obviously, because of the Department of Education. So how do we supplement it? How do we do that? We said, well, since people don't have the ability to just pull out their Library of Alexandria and just find something instantly. No, this is the 70s and the 80s and the 60s and the 50s. So since people couldn't just pull it up, we helped fund the companies to be able to do that, to provide that information for the public. But that's not an obligation. That's not something that we must do. There is no contract that said we're going to do this forever. And you would think that they would have taken the money and made themselves profitable to be able to take the federal money and figure out how to use it to be profitable. But instead, they became dependent, that they just assumed we're always going to get that money. So they didn't make a business that could actually survive on its own. Instead, they survive on the federal government, and they're always counting on it. And Democrats would continue to give them money so that they would get money from the unions that were aligned with many of the programs on PBS and NPR. But there's no obligation. People are pissed off about, oh my God, Trump's not going to pay for PBS. We have no obligation to do that. We have alternatives. You want PBS programming? Go pick up your phone, go to the internet. You can go to YouTube, TikTok, Google, Facebook. You can go on to any search engine, and you can find all the educational information you want. There are audiobooks on every educational book you could possibly want. Much of this stuff is completely free. You don't need PBS. You don't need NPR. But they have unions. They have people working there. So we have to keep them working there. Why? Let them scale down. They have a budget. They make money. People are donating. Hell, tell Oprah to take some of her $1 billion. Oprah has $1 billion net worth. Why doesn't she take some of that money, give it to NPR, and fund them? Bill Gates could set up a fund to just fund PBS. He's a multi-billionaire. It's well within his ability to do. Members of Hollywood, the studios, could put together a fund, millions of dollars, to fund every year PBS and NPR. They could do that. Absolutely. They make enough money. They could do that. Why don't they? Instead, they want you to use your money. They believe that you have to have NPR. They believe that you have to have PBS, that you have to have left-leaning news sources pumped into your head every day in every program on every channel. Why won't they use their money to do it? Instead, they want your tax money to do it. I agree with Trump. You don't have to have PBS. You don't have to NPR. And if they're going to exist, it doesn't have to exist with your tax money. And there's no reason why they must. They should lose their lawsuit. They aren't guaranteed money. There's no obligation of the federal government. Yes, I heard him. My dog's acting up. Well, he's just about right anyway. Okay, so we don't have much. We don't have much left, folks. So finally, there's the Trump tariffs. And real simple. So the Trump tariffs existed, and then a bunch of judges said, we don't like it, and they went away. And then an appeals court said, you can't do that. And so they're back again. Here's the thing about that. And I'm going to try and simplify it as best as I can. The answer is that President Trump has the power and the right to make tariffs, and always has, as both part of his job on foreign policy as well as protecting the country. Every president has had this power. It is an international power of the president to set tariffs and to set international policy. That is the domain of the president. If we have a treaty, then that would be the Senate. And if a tariff is part of a treaty, then yes, the Senate can vote on that and approve it or disapprove it, but the negotiation, the action, that's in the White House. That's the president's power. Point blank, straightforward. Now if I can switch this up. There are judges now who are saying, well, no, the president doesn't have that power. He does. By the Constitution. Yes, he does. Not Congress, not the Senate, not a bunch of judges who have political agendas. The president has that power. Always has. Every president has had that power. They don't like that Donald Trump has the power, and they don't like the way Donald Trump is using that power. That has nothing to do with that. He has the power legally, constitutionally, and he's doing what he constitutionally, legally can do. If you don't like it, vote against him. Vote against his picks. Anyone that supports Donald Trump, you can vote against them. But he's doing what's legally possible. And these judges, they just pop out of nowhere. We keep getting these judges who they're out of nowhere. There was no court case. They just decided, we don't like what Trump did, so we're going to say he can't do it. You can't do that. That's called judicial activism. They don't have the right or the power to do that. So not only is what Donald Trump doing constitutional, stopping him from doing it is not a power that these judges have. The news media is going to go with it and say, well, Orange Man bad, so it's okay. But if you did it to Joe Biden, they'd have lost their damn minds. If you did it to Bill Clinton, they'd have lost their damn minds. You did it to Obama, you would have been told that you were a racist, and they would lose their minds. No. Just because their political preference is against the guy who's sitting in the White House right now, it doesn't mean the president doesn't have it. And here's the problem with this. It affects international policy. It's taking the teeth away from the president. It's the same thing as the shadow government. Other governments don't know what to trust. If Trump has said, we made a deal, I'm going to put in, either we don't have a deal and we're going to have a tariff, or we have a deal and the tariff is lower or higher, whatever it may be, you just tried to second guess him. What is every government supposed to expect? Oh, so unless the Democrats also agree, unless every judge in America now has the ability to suddenly go, I don't like what Donald Trump said, so I'm going to change it. Who are you dealing with? Who are you dealing with for international policy if everything that he does can be second-guessed by any one of hundreds of judges across the country? You can't run a country that way. There's a reason why only the president has the right to negotiate, make tariffs, and initiate treaties. There's a reason why the system was built that way. It's not judges. It's not part of the judicial branch. It's not their power. It should be that simple. I know. It should be that simple. It's not. Because the news media has an agenda. Because politicians, many on the left, the progressives, the Democrats, have an agenda. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to consider the consequences of this. They just want you to obey and say yes and say Orange Man bad and then vote Democrat. That's all they want. Because they don't care about you. They don't care about the consequences. They don't care how much the national debt goes up. They don't care who's entering the country. They just care about power. If there's any Democrat out there and thinks, oh, Mike, you just don't get it. Okay, explain why I'm wrong. Explain why I'm wrong. There's a reason why this was reversed by another court. Why? An appeals court. Why? Because this is what the power of the presidency allows. This isn't about the feelings and judicial activism of a couple of judges. We got to stop this because it's going to hurt the nation. It's going to hurt the nation. All right, folks. So we've been on for 4 hours, 54 minutes, just under 7 hours. I want to again thank Peace Logic for making the super chat. We appreciate your support. That really helped a lot. We hope you've taken a chance. If you've been here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, we've talked about a lot of different topics. Hopefully you support our free speech, and therefore you will give us a like, maybe share it. clip the various parts of the show. Most importantly, maybe you subscribe. I hope you will. If you want, you can join our Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. That's it. There's only one tier, $1.50. So it's not expensive, even in this economy. But we hope you may consider that. If you want, you can always go to the PayPal and you can donate whatever you want. If you have the funds available, fantastic. We appreciate it because it helps us keep the lights on, literally, and also feed my puppy who's screaming at me right now. But if you can't, that's fine. Just like, share, subscribe. Help us with free speech. Help us get around the suppression of YouTube and Google as they try and only allow you to hear the approved messages that will guarantee to lead you towards Democrats alone. Let's try and have other options, folks. Let's have the discussion. I look forward to seeing your comments. Everyone, I want you to be well. I thank you. I look forward to seeing you next Sunday and, of course, throughout the week. You'll see more of my videos. Take care, everybody.